cannot be added to nor subtracted from. He declares his majesty through us. It's not a game. Has it occurred to you that reason is dumb? When faced with wisdom begotten before time and existence, the master shares his glory with the humble and meek, with the courage to persist, even in the winter and wilderness. A heart that knows only truth will enjoy an eternal day. Behind every moment, and it's not a zero-sum game. It's not a zero-sum game. The Lord of all cannot be added to nor subtracted from. He declares his majesty through us. It's not a game. Has it occurred to you that reason is dumb when faced with wisdom begotten? God created us out of nothingness. We are honored with participation in a marriage logic cannot discover. And it's not a zero-sum game. Has it occurred to you that reason is dumb when faced with wisdom begotten before time and existence? And it's not a zero-sum game. Well, howdy out there. Welcome back to Burning Bushes. I'm Daniel J. Newman, living by Christ's grace. And this is a special episode because we got on today Papa Zhenya, forgive me, and some of his crew. And I think they're here right now. So let's let them in. Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Zhenya.
Zhenya.
With like a ZH.
Zen.
Like a Z.
Zhenya.
There you go.
Zhenya. Papa Zhenya.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
It's not too quiet. I only have one microphone that I'm working with right now. I don't have the podcasting set up in my office yet. We're gonna work on that.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. Is this better?
Go ahead and just speak and let's hear it.
Again?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
think it sounds a little better. Yeah.
All right. So maybe I can work on it a little bit here. I'll play with the settings.
No, you sound good.
Yeah, I'm here, Zhenya, and then in my office, he doesn't have his own thing. He's not logged in. I've got Con Man here with me. He's another one of our guys, and then below is Discreet, but I'll let him introduce himself.
Yeah, I don't think my microphone's working.
No, it is.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay, cool. Hey, I'm Discreet. I'm a part of the PZFO crew, and yeah, that's about that's about it. So
Nice.
yeah,
Well-
sorry, I'm kind of in the same boat as Zhenya. I don't really have a podcasting setup, so my headset was giving me some trouble there for a second.
What would you like as your avatar here? Because right now you kind of have a blank picture. Do you want an icon of somebody?
Oh, I can. Yeah, you can throw whatever you want on there.
Let's give you Seraphim of Sarav.
That'll work.
Yeah. The
with
friend
the
of bears.
bear.
Yeah, with a bear.
With the bear.
Works for me.
Nice. So I got some questions for you guys. I guess starting with Papa Zhenya. Zhenya. How did you come to Orthodoxy?
Um. So. Uh. I'm thinking here. Because it's a
I know it's probably a long story, like it is for
Yeah.
most
Yeah.
people.
So.
It's like, where do I start?
Yeah.
Well, I was born, and then.
So. I guess the short and sweet of it is being at least partially, because we're coming from an American background, at least partially, my heritage is Eastern European, so there's that kind of lingers there. There's a lot more orthodoxy in Eastern Europe than there is in Western Europe and in the West in general.
Yeah.
And my mother is Orthodox, and so I'm not cradle. Just because by American culture and everything, I really wasn't baptized or anything when growing up, um, and I didn't really have anything. Uh, I always was kind of like a spiritual guy. Like I knew God was out there. I believed in everything. Being from the East Coast of the United States, there was kind of I would say a Protestant influence, but not necessarily, anything where, I was really regimented going to church, anything like that. And, on my first my first deployment overseas, um, I was on a peacekeeping and observation mission in Sinai, Egypt. And being, in the southern Sinai, right on the Red Sea, like it was like I stepped off the plane and like the heat hit me and everything hit me, and something just felt different. And I went through that whole deployment. I had, a lot of ups, a lot of downs. And I would watch the sunrise over the Red Sea, and things, like St. Catherine's it was just like over the hill. That's where I was. Like it was right there.
Wow.
And coming
So
home.
for people who don't know out there, St. Catherine's is a monastery that has the burning bush, right?
Yep. Yep. It's. I mean, I'd have to pull up my Google. I'm not Joe Rogan. I can't just tell my people to pull it up real quick. But
I can do it for you.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
St.
I'm pretty
Catherine's.
sure it's like it is the oldest or is one of the oldest monasteries that like period. And it was like right over the hill, and there was like a mosque nearby and everything, and um, I heard the call to prayer every day, and I'm sitting here, and I'm and it's Egypt, so it's a Islamic country, but what I didn't realize was that if I'm not mistaken, 30% or around 30% of Egypt is Orthodox, Coptic Orthodox, and while I was working there was a lot of like Egyptian contractors that we would have that were they would work on maintenance and things like that, of our perimeter, working on the fences, things like that. And one day during Ramadan, I was sitting there, and uh, these three guys, they were sipping tea in the shade, and one guy was up on a ladder actually doing the job, and I was like, "Hey, like, how come you guys aren't working?" And they all laughed, and they're like, "Ah, he's a Christian. He gets to eat." And I thought it was so funny because the Orthodox guy is up on a ladder fixing a barbed wire fence with a Subway bag hanging out of his pocket, and the other
Oh, wow.
guys are sitting there drinking tea in the shade. And when I came home after everything I had been through, my mom was like, "Hey, you've got to do something. Like you've got to find some kind of peace in your life because I was very frustrated and everything." And one day I just said, this is happening. I'm gonna go to church, not because it's a physical building, not because it's a it's some brick and mortar thing. I said I'm gonna, if anything, I'm gonna go for the regimentation. You know what I mean? I'm going to go because there's discipline in saying I'm tired this morning and I don't know what to do and I'm bored and my hands are idle and you know what I need something. I'm gonna go, and I went. And the moment I got in, uh, through the doors to the church, and I had done a little bit of research and everything. Again, my mother being Orthodox, I told her, hey, I'm going, and she said, read up on some etiquette and things like that. And I walked through the doors, and it was like I don't want to say that it was like riding a bike as far as like the pieties and things like that were concerned, but it felt like I belonged there. Like it was a welcoming place to be. And as soon as I went in, um, I've gone ever since. Through the catechumenate and baptism and everything. And that's sort of my journey into Orthodoxy. Was I was at a place of suffering, and I didn't have guidance in my life. I didn't know what to do. I was
Yeah.
want to be careful about how I phrase this, but I was pretty much looking to anything, trying to find anything and praying to whatever, give me guidance, give me, show me where I need to go, what do I need to do. And God heard that, and through the power of the Holy Spirit, next thing I know, I'm standing in an Orthodox church, and I'm home, and I'm the people around me, there's people who I culturally identify with, and it's just that was the best thing that could have happened to me. And
That's amazing. When you were there, I just had to ask you this now because I saw when I was going through the Wikipedia, the original Pantocrator icon is there. Did you see that?
I did not. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to actually go into the monastery, because I was there on a mission. I was actually working, so I didn't get a chance to go. I wish I did. Now I know the area. I like the back of my hand though, so someday I'll go back.
Yeah.
But you know, I didn't get to see it, but I did R&R, rest and relaxation, for 5 days in Cairo. And when I was in Cairo, I got to go to the National Museum there, and the majority of the things in the National Museum there are they're Egyptian artifacts, they're ancient artifacts from the pharaonic period, typical Egyptian things. But they had a entire section that I was not expecting in the National Museum in Egypt, that was dedicated to the early church. And so there's vestments there that are probably 1,200 years old. Icons there that are so ancient. And now looking back on it years and years later, I'm kind of sitting here like, well, those don't really belong in a museum. They should they should go back to the monastery. But they
You
were
sound
there.
the opposite of Indiana Jones when you say
Yeah, yeah, get them out of
that.
the museum. but
These don't belong in a museum.
um, but it was really really cool to see them. And
Yeah.
yeah, I took a bunch of pictures. I'll send them over to your phone. I'll text you here. I don't know if you can upload right from your phone or not, but let me see here what I can do.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my story while I work on this.
Okay, cool. Discreet, did you want to share how you came to Orthodoxy?
Yeah. Mine's a little bit more. I get a little bit longer, but kind of a little bit simpler. Um, so I was actually born. When I was born, my family, they were Roman Catholic, and by the time I turned 5 or 6, my dad left the Catholic Church and kind of switched over to Protestantism. We kind of hopped from church to church, different denominations, just kind of went to whatever one my parents agreed with at that time. And then when I went to high school, I switched out of a public school, went to a private school, and that kind of started my journey of questioning not God and like Christ, but mainly the church as a whole. I went to the private school I went to. They were like I think they were a Methodist church. I can't remember. They were more evangelical than anything else, but we had a Calvinist Bible teacher, So it was
Ah,
like on Sunday you'd learn about free will, then all throughout the week during Bible class we'd learn about election and predestination. Which, for those of you that don't know, the idea behind election and predestination is that God predetermines who gets salvation. So it's not up to the person themselves, it's up to God. And out of that chosen group of people, those are the ones who receive salvation, and everyone else is kind of cast aside. And that kind of that brought up a lot of questions for me, at least. Um, so when I actually graduated, I kind of I became agnostic in a way to where I still believed like Jesus was God, but I didn't believe in a lot of the more standard Western ideas of the church. So when I went to basics, I'm also in the military. When I went to basic, I met a guy. He was like the more modern version of pagan, to where you do it because it's kind of cool. And
oh yeah. Was he like acid true or what? Was he like an Odinist?
I honestly, I
It was like a Norse.
Yeah, no, like
yeah,
Yeah,
Norse, like
yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
yeah. He was more
Thor and all that,
Norse.
Valhalla.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
he was kind of that, but he also mixed in some kind of like the Greek stuff too.
Okay,
He just found all of it
neo
cool.
pagan kind of.
Yeah, yeah. So, but he was more of like the more Western idea of it, to where you do it because it looks cool. Like and to a certain extent, like some of that stuff is kind of cool when you like look into it and stuff. Obviously, don't want to worship it or become too infatuated with it, but just learning about that stuff was kind of cool. Learning about the history of like the Norse pagans and stuff and the Vikings and everything. So,
It's
but
it's neat what the missionaries did with the Vikings because they were saying like the Midgard serpent was basically Satan, and like before, like Christ is like the way better version than Thor.
yeah,
Yeah,
and then I did what every good pagan does and convert back to Christianity at some point or time.
yeah, good.
But
Glory to
yeah,
God.
so I was
Based,
kind of
based.
I was kind of in that section for a little bit, and then I ended up meeting Zhenya right before a more recent deployment for both of us, and we just kind of got talking about a couple things. I remember the first time I actually me and him spoke about it. We were standing outside of one of the barracks with another guy, and he was talking to the other guy about it, and I started asking a couple questions. And as time went on, I became more curious. A lot of the, I guess, theological beliefs that the Orthodox Church has made a lot of sense, and a lot of it, I kind of came to the conclusion for myself even before I learned about Orthodoxy of like just by reading, you know, um, honestly, by just simply reading the Bible, it was kind of easy to come to those conclusions. So by the time it was actually shown to me what Orthodoxy was, because I really had no idea what it was. It's crazy how few people in America actually know what Orthodoxy is. Even if they were in a church their entire lives, they have no idea what it is. So, and I'm a big historical guy, so that also helped a lot too throughout different researches and everything, just by watching YouTube videos and everything. So, yeah, when we deployed, I got really into it. Me and Zhenya had many tower shifts together that ranged between 8 to 12 hours, to where we'd talk about it the entire time and watch different videos on YouTube, and I'd ask him questions, he'd find the answers for it. So then when I got home, started going to liturgy with him, and I guess kind of the rest is history. I've been going for a couple months now, and I'm really enjoying it.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that's great. I love how that's how it really happens with a lot of people is like these conversations that you have. Um, for me, what was really important to bring me to Orthodoxy was a friend who was an Orthodox. He goes to another parish that's like not in communion with us, but he talked about it, and I was always so curious, and like that's the reason why I was willing to give the Inexhaustible Cup icon a chance. So it's really cool that you guys were talking about that a lot, and you had that time. Um,
Um,
this, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
real briefly. I also have with me is another one of the PZFO guys. Just again briefly. PZFOs are a brand. if you don't mind me shamelessly plugging it really
No, no,
quick.
please do. I got a little banner here too.
It's Papa Zhenya's Frontier Outpost. We are military, tactical, law enforcement, all that stuff. Even from a civilian standpoint, training. I guess influencing is what we do. But I would say it's more like a lifestyle brand. But we produce content and merchandise, apparel, things like that. For people who are military, tactical, law enforcement, all that type of stuff. But from a Orthodox Christian standpoint, and it doesn't, I will give forewarning. We don't always post that, you know, post it directly from an Orthodox standpoint. Because it is still an industry thing. So, we like rock and roll. We like metal. I'm a big fan of Sabbath. Like, that doesn't detract from the Orthodox standpoint. But anyways, as far as PZFO goes, we are available on Instagram and X. Most of our handles aren't directly from a business standpoint, so you can find me at Zhenya.pzfo. There's also Discreets. His is like discrete underscore PZFO. I don't know. His is all weird, different. But here with me in my office here is also another one of our guys, and he goes by Conman. Conman. How do you? It's like CX. What is it?
Yeah, CXNMANEE.
Yeah, he's got a. We'll have to type it out. We'll
We'll have to type it in.
We'll type it. We'll type.
All right,
Let me
good,
see if I
good.
can put it in the comments. But anyways, he's here as well. Um, if you want to hear his story as well.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, so Conman, did you want to tell us about how you came to Orthodoxy?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Conman. So I'm on the different side of the spectrum with the two guys that are on the podcast. I'm on the law enforcement side of things, so I get to deal with, I would say, a different type of people that the other guys have to deal with. So I came to Orthodoxy after meeting, which is now my boss and chief. I'm not gonna say his name.
Smart.
He has a Slavic background, like Zhenya has, and he's kind of came to the Orthodox Church as a whole, and I kind of came to the Orthodox because of heartbreak and stuff like that, dealing with stuff in my personal life. I've always had a Protestant, more of like a 4 green line wall and a stage church type of deal. And then when I met my boss, and my boss is friends with Zhenya, I've kind of hung out with them over the last few weeks and months, and
Which is it's been really great from a brand standpoint, because that's where I can take the camera out while they're doing their job.
yeah, and it's just more of like it's more of a thing where the right people at the right time has brought me into the great beauty, and I don't know how to describe Orthodoxy as a whole, because it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
And walking into
The Nicene Creed.
Yeah, walking into divine liturgy for the first time and seeing the many paintings on the all 4 corners of the walls, and seeing the priest and his subdeacons and his deacons walk out for the first time. It's a very, very beautiful and intriguing thing, and I've come to love it over the last few weeks that I've come to Orthodoxy. And I'm not a catechumen. I'm going to be totally honest. I'm not an expert in Orthodoxy, and I'm new, but it's still a beautiful sight, and it's still something that I will continue to follow to this day. I will never go back to a Protestant. I will never go back to a heretic, religion. It's Orthodoxy as a whole is beautiful, and it's great.
Yeah. Oh, amen. The next question I got for you guys is, can you talk about how your experience as a veteran shaped your faith, or vice versa? Now for you, Conman, I suppose that would be more as a law enforcement veteran, but yeah, if you guys could speak anything to that. Whoever wants to go first.
Discreet can go first.
All right. Yeah. So I think for me at least, the it did some damage, but it also did some good. Um, when I used to go to a Protestant, when I was going to Protestant churches, still before my more recent deployment, I specifically remember this one service that I went to with a buddy of mine. Long story short, I my significant other, she went out and got me a motorcycle as a like little pre-deployment slash Christmas gift. So I was trying to find any excuse to ride this thing somewhere.
Yeah.
And the church that my buddy went to was about 30-40 minutes away from me. And so I was like, you know what, I'm going to go. I'm not a big, even when I was Protestant, I was kind of iffy with the more mega church style of churches because they seemed like it seemed more or less like a money grab, and they would push this thing that I know a lot of other people identified as this, but like the prosper gospel. Like if you
Mhm.
do X, Y, Z, you will start receiving riches and all this stuff. And it's like I always kind of shied away from that. Kind of like the Joel Olstein type of pastors or preachers.
Yeah.
So I I wasn't so sure about the church, but I wanted to ride my bike, so I rode out there with him. So I met him over there, and I remember they started talking about the Ukraine war, and the pastor was talking about it in a way of how we should be not in support of Ukraine or Russia. He wasn't talking about supporting the war, but our effect on the war and how we should handle a situation if we ever got put in a position like that. And he basically summed it down to where if there's a threat against yourself or others, you should kind of shy away from it, turn the other cheek, and pretty much allow the threat to do whatever it wants. To me, I'm like that doesn't like sound right. Now, from I don't. It just it rubbed me really wrong, and I was just like, this is kind of what I'm talking about. It's like there's a difference between defending and murdering, right?
Yeah.
And kind of like how con man is. I'm still fairly new to orthodoxy, but I feel like as a veteran, I'm I haven't felt like nobody has made me feel guilty for being in a role that is to defend, right, in the Orthodox Church. But in Protestantism, it was kind of a regular thing. It was hit or miss on what church you went to. I mean, if you went to a Baptist church down south, they're a little bit more, all for the military and all for the police, which is great. Then you'll go to a church that's across the street, and they're like, "Oh no, turn the other cheek and let some guy walk in your house and kill your entire family in front of you." It's just like it didn't make a lot of sense to me. So that I kind of shied. That was another reason why I ended up leaving Protestantism as a whole. But when I came home, going to the Orthodox Church, obviously Zhenya, he's a veteran con man. He's law enforcement. It felt a lot more. I was surrounded by the people that I was used to, right? And I know a lot of people in our I forget the term for it, for our like congregation, our
Parish.
parish. Yeah, that's what it is. In our parish, like there's a lot of ex-military guys.
Oh yeah, one of our previous, blessed repose. I can just say his first name, Father Dan. He was also a veteran.
Yeah. So coming into a place like that to where people understand a little bit more, and they're not trying to push this idea of like I don't. I always think of the Bible verse, or at least a statement of when Christ said, like, I've come not to bring peace but a sword. And then also I have a t-shirt, I think it's like Psalms 138. It's like break the teeth of the wicked. It's like to me it's like okay, there's a certain point to where as men we need to be able to defend, not only the people we love but also our faith. And I felt like that all of that was very watered down in my previous congregations that I'd go to. So, going to Orthodoxy and going to the current parish, that I go to with the guys, it feels a lot more at home. It feels like men can be men there, and it feels like that's how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be strong. You're supposed to be able to defend, but you're also supposed to love at the same exact time, right? So,
Yeah, there's a lot of
that's
paradoxes, isn't there?
yeah, yeah. But it, to me, it makes sense. Like
Yeah.
it's very, it's easy because at least on my last deployment, obviously there were constant threats, almost every single day of this attack's going to happen. Some guy's going to come to our entry control point with a suicide vest or vehicle borne IED, or there's an attack coming, or this or that. The Houthis are launching ballistic missiles over at us, like a bunch of different crap. Um, Guys getting drone attacked in Kuwait when we were there. So, but you still had to treat everything as a potential threat, but also show the locals that were coming onto our post to work, show them love, show them that you care about them, show them that you yourself aren't going to be a threat to them if they're not going to be a threat to you. So it's a finite balance that, yeah, it seems kind of contradictory, but in reality, it's really not. And I think that's where the discrepancy comes in. A lot of people can't understand that you can be a warrior, you can be violent, you can go to war and still be loving and compassionate. I know Zhenya can attest to this. Some of the most deadly men in the world, those special forces guys, are some of the nicest, sweetest teddy bears that you'll ever meet and talk to. It's insane. Like these guys, like just to put it straight out there, these guys will go out and like go out on a mission and get into a 3 hour long firefight and kill 5-10 people, and then they're the nicest, sweetest guys, and that's where the difference is, right? They're going out to try and do good, and obviously nobody goes out trying to conduct harm onto others, but you get put in situations to where it's either you or them, and it's either people you care about or them, and
Yeah.
that was something that at least knowing the amount of veterans in our parish and knowing it feels like home. It feels like that I can be a man. It feels like that I can be open and talk about the things without being judged a certain way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Zhenya, what about you? How has your veteran experience influenced your faith or vice versa?
Um. Well, over. All right. So I should preface this by saying, I'm an infantryman. Well, I was. I recently got out. But in the infantry, that's door kicking. That's shooting guns and going to the gym and being sweaty and kind of all that typical masculine Spartanagogy mindset. You get into a lot of trouble from a moral standpoint. There's barracks parties, you're drinking. We're the greatest frat on earth, we say.
Cough, Marines.
And whether you're a Marine, rifleman, an 0311, or you're an Army 11 Bravo, or you're in one of the special teams, with the the SEALs or the PJs, the Green Berets, MARSOC. It doesn't really matter. Like the combat arms aspect of the military, which discreet's a part of. As a forward observer, it's it's kind of like.
Hold on, let me give some context here. When so Zhenya's infantry, when he can't handle the situation, he calls a guy like me to come handle it for him. All right.
Yeah. So my main weapon is a rifle and a radio. His main weapon is a radio and binoculars.
Right, but
he calls in artillery for me.
Yeah.
And so like I need to have him like glued to my hip because I'm like, hey, we got XYZ going on over there in the wood line. Like, turn that
Light
wood
it up.
line, turn that row of trees into a flat field.
Yeah, I would I would like that to be farmland now. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
So from that aspect, like, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble spiritually. But there's another side to it, and there's always that um, there's that portion of the church, right, that sticks in the back of your mind, and it's called the church militant, right? And everybody's part of it. But when you think about it, and we're standing in divine liturgy, and we're praying for mercy, and we're asking for grace and these things, and we pray for the civil servants and for the soldiers who are out there doing it, and you sit there and you think about it for a minute and you go, well, now wait a minute. There's soldiers out there that are orthodox, that are fighting against evil, physical, manifested evil. Not necessarily for kings, not necessarily, you know what I mean? Because when you're orthodox, we're not putting our trust in princes and sons of men and all these things. So when I became orthodox, as a soldier, um, everything changed, and without, I'm not denouncing my country or anything here when I say this, but it became less about the flag on my shoulder and more about serving God. And I was born called to the martial profession. And so when I would think about, the term the church militant, it set with me even more, because here I am fighting a spiritual battle within myself as a warrior of Christ, and then physically, manifested on his earth, I'm out here fighting against evil and the influence of evil spirits and demons upon men. And it's a very, very difficult position to be in, because we don't want to take lives. That's not what we were put on earth to do. We were put on earth, to journey through theosis and come closer to God. We weren't here to evangelize through fire, right? And I make the crude joke that if I on one hand, people can evangelize by meeting them, but sometimes you got to send them. It's a pretty crude joke, but the truth is, being a soldier and experiencing the things that we experience as soldiers, and now that I'm out of the military, I work in the prison system, and so that carries over as well, because I deal with a lot of people who've done a lot of very horrible things on a daily basis, and you can't lose your compassion. Um, some people would say you can't lose your humanity, but really I think it's compassion, right? Because the from an orthodox standpoint, we want to lose our humanity. That's the whole idea. We want to become like God, the image of God that we were originally created in, and so we want to lose our humanity, but what we want to gain is our love and our compassion and our willingness to stand up against the evil spirits of this world. And those evil spirits can manifest physically and influence people to do horrible things. And if good men influenced by Christ do not stand up and protect those who would follow Christ from men who are influenced by the deceiver or by evil spirits, then nobody's going to do it. And sure, through the name of Christ, we could, uh, I don't want to say dispel, but we could defend against evil spirits and so on. But the physical manifest violence that is rampant in the world, there needs to be people who will stand up and protect the innocent against things like that. And I always think back, I think back to what Christ said about the little children. You know what I mean? Tie a millstone around their neck. That's when you think about it, you're like, now wait a second. The Lord said that. the Lord himself said, tie a millstone around them and throw them into the water. And I think about that and I go, that's a very deliberate thing to do. There's no coming back from that. A millstone can weigh a ton, and you're going to throw them into the water, drown them. How dare they harm an innocent child? And so I think about that from a military standpoint. When you're out there, from an Orthodox perspective, it changes you. You're no longer fighting necessarily for the flag on your shoulder. Sure, that's a part of it, but you're out there fighting for, um, really for the kingdom to come. You're fighting against evil, whether it's another nation doing evil things, you know what I mean? And at some point, your morality, if you were not religious, your morality always has to come into question, right? Like the whole, oh, they were just following orders thing, that doesn't hold up, right? So even if you're not religious, at some point, and we see this a lot with, within the United States military, you don't want to go out as a soldier and do things that are questionable from a moral or integrity stance to, we'll say, like the populace, right? Like we have civil considerations are very important to us when we're conducting military operations. But then when you factor in the Orthodox standpoint, you're saying you're quite literally going out there trying to protect the innocent, to stop evil, whether that's from a logistical standpoint, an infrastructure standpoint, whether stopping this evil means the benefit and the goodness for a whole nation of people, for the sick, for the suffering. You're stopping genocides. You go out there with a different sense of purpose. It's no longer about wanton violence or the Spartan agoge. It's no longer about fighting for the sake of fighting. It's no longer about fighting for just the stars and stripes and the idea of freedom or the Bill of Rights. It's no longer about that. You're fighting for the goodness of mankind, and that really begins to penetrate you as a soldier, and really starts to guide your actions. And in the Army, we have an acronym, leadership, and that's like loyalty, duty, respect. You get selfless service, and integrity, pride. All these types of things. So we already are living by, sort of this code of ethics, and then you factor in the the I'm trying to think of the word. It doesn't matter. You factor in the code of ethics that comes from God on top of it, and now every day, all of a sudden, you want to be the strongest person you can, because if not them, then who? If not me, then who? All of a sudden, you're volunteering to do these things. You're putting selfless sacrifice to the test. You're really living by integrity, and I personally believe that genuinely is of um, the spirit of the Lord coming through us. This is what we were called to do. This is our career. Somebody has to do it. If not me, then who? And that's sort of, as a veteran, that's sort of how it all added together. It became less about the nations of men and more about stopping evil. I have all of these skills. I have all of this experience. I have all of these things. I can affect the world in a good way.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said about the millstone, because Christ said it would be better for them to have a millstone on their neck, like as if the punishment's actually worse if they actually hurt children. So it's like there's a two-edged sword to what you're doing. There's protecting the innocent, but there's also preventing somebody from doing a great, great sin, which would be like worse for them in the judgment. So it's like you're actually like, for example, like a suicide bomber, like they're about to kill themselves and a bunch of people. If you stop them from doing it, it's actually going to be better for them in the judgment. You've actually done them a good thing.
Yes. And I won't speak too much on like the corrections aspect of it. Spending a lot of time in the prison system. You come in contact with people who have done things like that. Uh, but as far as like the executive and judicial side of the house is concerned, I'm gonna kind of let Conman kind of take over that, like how
Yeah, con man, you'd probably have a different perspective on this as law enforcement, because I guess those sinners have to go through court and all that. Yeah.
and well, like I was saying, like I work in the prison system now, so I
Okay.
kind of have both sides of the house that I've experienced, but I'd rather let him kind of speak on the actual the executive side of it, right? There's the executive side, which is the actual kind of like policing, law enforcement side, and there's the judicial side, right? Like, so once they're apprehended and arrested and brought in, it's kind of on guys like me in the prison system to ensure that they're attending court, they're going through all that, and there's a lot of care, custody, and control. Like, you have to have compassion in the prison system because they're human beings, and they have to be alive. If anything, because they need to have their day in court, not because they're of innocent until proven guilty, but like if they're if they are guilty, like they need to be in court, you know what I mean? Like they have to have their day, like but I'd rather him talk on that, just because he has the executive side of it, and I'm more the judicial side. Like they're already apprehended once they come to me. It's more about keeping them comfortable and alive. No, I don't want to say comfortable, but alive and ready to face what
Serve
they've
their
done.
judgment.
Yeah, serve their judgment, so to speak. He's here.
Oh yeah, we have Daryl in the chat here. He's also a police officer. He's a Catholic though.
Catholic.
That's all
Yeah.
right.
That's all
I
right.
mean, we're Catholics too.
Yeah, we got Catholics and Protestants and atheists, all kinds of people who watch the stream. So I don't know how many people are watching right now, but yeah, 5 people.
All right. Can you just give me the question once again?
Yeah, so I'm gonna say it a little bit different for you. How's your experience as a law enforcement agent influenced your faith, or vice versa?
Um, before coming to Orthodoxy, or like taking Orthodoxy as, I wouldn't say a lifestyle, but more as a part of me. I used to see the world as gray and black as possible. It was more of like this certain group of, I wouldn't say a lot of like criminals. They make the world black, and then it was more of like it's me walking this thin blue line. I don't want to be cringe about it, but more of like I walk this blue line every single day between the black world. What really is my job and person, like what am I supposed to be doing walking this blue line? And it's I've been doing law enforcement for 2 years. I've been doing security for 4. Ever since I got out of high school or going through school, law enforcement has always been in the back of my mind of like this is what my dad did. This is what a lot of men do, and this is where heroes step up and make the decision to do good in the world. And I took it as more of like, this is a cool job to have. This is not, it's not me working in a kitchen. It's not me, being a mechanic. It's not me landscaping, which are not bad jobs, and we need those jobs in a world, in a society. It was more of like, I need a purpose. And when I look towards law enforcement, people, protecting people, enforcing the law, and making sure people go home at the end of the day was my purpose. And it's, I've come to realize, while doing the job itself, it's, it's not just certain people that I see every single day. It's everyone as a whole. And some of the law enforcement officers I work for or work around, they see the job as, oh, this is not my jurisdiction. This is not my jurisdiction. This is not my job. This is not this. This is not that. When I come to work every single day for, when I go see my certain individuals that I see every single week, those are my friends and family, essentially. When I'm supposed to keep I'm granted, I know I'm supposed to keep a professional basis with them, but still, those are the people that I see every single day, and those are the people that I'm supposed to protect. But it's also the people on the outside of the world as well. when I came to when I while I was working before coming, I saw the world as black, and I was like, why am I doing this job in the first place? This doesn't make any sense. Some certain people get to get away with this, and some people get away with that. And there was a single incident that kind of changed the world for me. We were all working a fair. It was like end of winter and into the new spring, where it was freaking cold out. And dealing with the inner city, the city kids, in Philadelphia, there's a certain way that I've come to be. Before I started going to Philadelphia, it was more of like I was the nice, calm guy. He was the nice guy who let the world, if some certain person didn't get their way, they'd curse me out, and I'd kind of let them curse me out. Now, being a year in working in Philadelphia, and traveling back and forth and experiencing different things, I've come to a gray. I did come to a gray understanding of the world, where it was like, none of this makes any sense. Why am I doing this? This all sucks. And then I had an incident where there was a shooting at a fair that we were working. We all rushed, and we did our job, and that's where I kind of got this warrior mentality out of it, and Orthodoxy as a whole came to me as the warrior mentality. And when I met these guys, I've kind of taken that as a whole, where now I'm a warrior for the purpose of keeping and saving lives, and making sure every second that I have on this green earth, that somebody can be greatly helped or changed due to me as a whole. When I walk up on a scene, or a site, or a job post, or whatever that we as a whole, as my job does, I'm there for the protection of the people on a warrior basis, because I'm there. It's
Well, it's like the lowest level of the force continuum. Like your officer presence alone affects the people around you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And I have a specific job site that I go to, because I work in different jobs than regular police officers do. The people there are like, we are very grateful for you being here. I hope you know that. One of the assistant managers for the site, they walked up to me and was like, I hope you know that I went to go take another position elsewhere, and I turned it down, not knowing that they didn't have you. Like, I greatly, I'm something for them to feel safe when they go to work. And it's that encompassing with the fact that I have this faith now, where it's strict, it's just, it's very weird to describe, but it's more of it's great to have this faith where it promotes that warrior mentality, where it's not just of let the world just let the certain groups of individuals and certain people do that to other people. Where it's with the Orthodox, it's strict, it's hard, it's different, it's you have to do it. You are the call, you are the answer. When people ask you a question, you are the answer when you step up on scene.
Nice. That actually segues really well into my next question for you
Could
guys.
I add something?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
To that real quick? Yeah. Two things. One, my ADHD kicked in really bad, and I had to figure out how to add my own photo in here. So while
Nice.
Zhenya was speaking, I was like hard typing away on my computer trying to figure out how to do this.
What is that, by the way? What gun is that?
So that's a Kalashnikov KP9, right, Zhenya? That's one of his that I took a photo in, and then I took the photo in one of the Remember Death T-shirts from the PZFO store, and a Operational Industries Orthodox dad cap. So that's that photo. But
Nice.
I wanted to add something into your previous question. I think all of it. at least between me, Zhenya, and Conman, we'll all feel
I'm
very
sorry. I'm
similar.
ADHDing here as well. I'm going to do the same thing.
Sick. Okay. One additional thing that I think the Orthodox Church has given to me for my faith, or at least just liturgy in itself, when you live lives like me and Zhenya have, and even Conman, his is a little bit different. And I'll explain how here in a second. There isn't a lot of peace. There's not a lot of understanding. Not a lot of people know what it's like to do things like this. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn and be like, oh, I'm better than people, or oh, we go through so much stuff, because there's always somebody going through more, and that's what I try to remember. But one thing that really sticks to me, even on something as simple as like a liturgy on a Sunday, when the children's choir go up and they start singing, like it feels super peaceful, and it's an escape from reality on how hard life is. Because even for me and Zhenya,
Lay all earthly cares aside.
yeah,
They even sing it.
yeah, and it brings a lot of peace to a life that a lot of us we don't have a lot of peace. Our minds are different, the way we talk is different, the way we walk is different. And we say things that people don't understand, we do things that people don't understand, we it's very hard to feel at home, right? You spend 10 months to a year of your life in some random country in the middle of nowhere, to where not only half the people want to kill you, but the environment wants to kill you, because every single snake that gets remotely close to you could kill you after biting you once. Or you lay down on some random tree that you don't even know what it is, and it completely rips your entire body into hives for the next 3 weeks. And yes, that is something that happened to me. But it's that additional piece, and it really helps kind of find a home in a place that you don't and I can't. Speaking of that, my little puppy's walking over to
Oh,
say hello
what
to
kind
me.
of dog do you got?
He's a mini Australian Shepherd mixed with an American Eskimo, so he's like 10 pounds. He's a little rat, but he's a good boy.
It's probably
I
pretty
just
smart.
I changed the photo. Conman's on the left in this photo. I'm on the right.
Nice.
But yeah, and it's hard, because the people around you, they want to help you and they want to make you feel at home, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault that they can't fully understand it, fully grasp it, but they try and they do their best, which is something I'm very thankful of. But going to liturgy, going to a church that, at least for me, I don't know who said it. I'll have to find the guy who quoted it. He basically compared the Protestant church and the Orthodox church, as the Protestant church is a lot more feminine, where the Orthodox church is a lot more masculine. And
Sounds
what he
like a
meant,
Father Moses kind of statement.
yeah, and what he meant by that is, it's when you go into a Protestant church, it's a lot more like upbeat, and
Yeah,
a
Jesus is
little.
my boyfriend kind of deal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Then when you go to an Orthodox church, it's like, oh, I actually have to do stuff now,
Yeah. It's
and
not easy. I
yeah,
have to actually take the kingdom of
Yeah.
heaven by violence.
yeah,
Yeah,
and it's like, oh,
every girl out there's like, oh, I want a nice Christian boy husband, until they find out you're Orthodox and they actually have to go to church, and they're like,
yeah.
whoa,
And for guys
Yeah.
like me that are just
this is
borderline
different.
weaponized autism, it's like perfect. I blend in very well. So, but yeah, that's just something I wanted to kind of throw in there. And the difference, one thing that me and Conman have had a lot of conversations, and this is one thing that I want to throw out to my law enforcement homies. I honestly think law enforcement have it harder than military. I
Well,
really do.
they're hated more, that's
I
for
think so
sure.
too.
Well, not even just that, but take me and Zhenya. Our war was on the opposite side of the world, in a completely different continent, with a bunch of people that we really don't know. Whereas for Conman, his war is he opens his eyes in the morning, gets in the car, and drives 20 minutes to a couple hours down the road.
It's his
Can
own
I?
community. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it all right if I speak on this really quick?
yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
absolutely.
Yeah. So it's really interesting that you say that. So I've worked in 2 different prisons in my time, and I was a certain HRT officer. Um, what I found about corrections that's so interesting is it straddles between those 2 different worlds. Um, the prison system is inside of a prison; it's its own community. Now, I didn't work for state or federal penitentiaries. I work for counties. And counties, county is always interesting to me because those are the people in your community 9 times out of 10. Like you're gonna bump into them on the street too when you're not working. But the thing about it is, at least here, and we're from Pennsylvania. So when somebody is arrested and brought into county prison, right? They're in county prison so they can be arraigned. They can go through their trials and everything. They can get sentenced. Once they, let's say that they commit a crime, um, like a violent crime or even an attempt with a firearm, right? That typically carries a sentence minimum of 10 years. Well, they have to go through county first before they can actually serve that time, because in county that's when they're actually going to court. They're fighting their court case. So they could spend 2 years, 3 years, 4 years or more in county before they're actually sentenced. And then once they're sentenced and and it's like the judge says, hey, you're going to do 10 years of prison time. Then they go to a state facility, and that state facility, there's a tier system to it. They could go to a federal facility as well, but the tier system is they go to a certain state facility, and they might stay there for 2 years while they wait for further housing further upstate. So you're quite literally, you're I always say, from a police standpoint, most of the police that I know, they're like, man, I would never do your job. And I always think it's
He's 100% right. I absolutely hate taking people to jail. Every time me and my partner walk into jail with somebody, we're just like, ooh, it's disgusting.
It's yeah, and the thing is, it's like,
Ew, gross.
he's gotta deal with a criminal for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. He's like, oh man, thank the Lord I was able to drop him off and I'm in there for 16 hours. I've got 120 inmates. I've got quadruple homicide guys. I've got not to
terrorists.
I
Sometimes you can get like people who make bombs.
I've
Still waiting to get through county.
yeah, but I've got gang members, MS-13, everything, and they're just
Yeah.
in county waiting to get sentenced before they can actually go to the penitentiary. But there's something really interesting about that. They don't like and the funny thing about criminals is they don't like law enforcement. That's so funny to me. They don't like law enforcement. Can you believe it?
I can believe that somehow it clicks in my head.
But when I'm walking through one of the blocks, something that I noticed over all my years in corrections is they 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 ask me a specific question. Hey man, were you military? And I'm like, yeah. So I mean, obviously, it's got to have something to do with, I don't know. Maybe it's my mustache. Maybe it's the way that I just walk. I don't know what it is. But they always ask me, hey man, were you military? And I'm like, yeah. And as soon as I say yeah, they go, what did you do? I'm like, oh man, I did 12 years in the infantry. A couple deployments, this and that. They're like, holy crap, man. Thank you for your service. And I'm sitting here like, now wait a second.
Yeah, I'm a pig.
You just told me to screw off, and now you're
Yeah.
thanking me. So I always thought it was, it's so interesting because you're walking this weird line where when you're doing your job from an executive or judicial standpoint, these people, because they really are people, they're the people in your community, whether they're waiting to go upstate or not, they're sitting there and they're looking at you like, man, you put me in here, you keep me in here, all these things. And then they find out that you lived all these years, with at least some degree of selfless sacrifice, where it's like they're like, man, I I wouldn't do that. Like that's admirable of you to actually go and do that and do, it's not a toot your own horn thing, but it's like even the criminals of this world that are held in prison, they've been arrested, they've done heinous crimes, they go, you've gone overseas, you've done these things, and it's very strange to be disrespected as a warrior within your own country, a peacekeeper, a peacemaker, but then respected as a warrior who leaves your country. I always found that to be very interesting, because what we need, I think, in society is more warriors in the country. I don't mean just police, but we need more masculinity. We need that grounding of the church to guide, fighting age males and young men, not to some like martyrdom or to some like weird cause, but we need that discipline in society, because when you look at, even like the criminal society, you realize all of these men can still be called to Christ, and if they would have just had the spirit and the discipline that comes from the military, all of a sudden the disrespect, ill behavior, things like this, it goes out the window. It all changes, all just instantly like that. And I never wanted to work like in any law enforcement capacity. And then all of a sudden I was called to it, and I'm good at it, interpersonal communication skills or whatever. And I'm sitting there like, these guys hate me and love me at the same time. And it really showed me a lot of their humanity, and a lot of, and it called me to be more compassionate, even to the guy who's killed 4 people. I'm standing there like, I'm going to make sure this guy gets his meal today, because no matter what he's done, he's standing there going, hey man, like, I don't want you to police me, but thank you for like going out there and doing these things. And when an inmate says thank you and they actually mean it, it makes you do a double take, and you go, you know what? I don't think you're pulling one over on me right now. Like, this guy actually means it. And so it's very interesting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take too much time
No,
to
it's okay.
elaborate on that, but I wanted to touch on it because it's so interesting, you know, because law enforcement really is disrespected. And I think that there needs to be more people who are willing to stand up against evil in our own country. And having gone overseas to do that and now doing it in my own community, I'm sitting here going, I it's so absolutely strange to me that I can be hated and respected at the same time,
Yeah,
for 2 different career paths, and yet both of them uh, feed into one another. You know what I mean? That's
for sure.
so strange, to me. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually skip ahead in my questions because Jess wanted to bring this one up, and this was one of my questions to you guys. What is your favorite saint, or some of your favorite saints, and how has their martial mindset influenced that, or how has your martial mindset influenced that? I guess. So, I guess he's specifically asking for like if you guys like warrior saints like Saint George, but who are your favorite saints?
So, I'm a weird, um, I'm a weird Orthodox guy. I have 2 saints. Um, so Zhenya, right? That's like the Bobby, for Robert, right? And my saint name is Evgeny, and I have 2.
Kenny, yeah,
There's a Yevgeny, that was in Ukraine, who was martyred uh, for the faith, and there's one of the new martyrs who is not canonized completely across the entire church, but in Russia, Eastern Ukraine, and I believe in Georgia and several of the other countries, he is recognized, and that's Evgeny Rodionov, and he was martyred in the First Chechen War, and that is my saint. That's who I'm named after. And he was an infantryman, a Russian infantryman in Chechnya fighting against the Islamic insurrection that was there in the early 90s. And he was at a checkpoint. And you have to remember, this is the early 90s, first Chechen war, right? So the Soviet Union collapsed during the period of 1990 to 1992. And then here we are in Chechnya, right? And so secularism has been the modus operandi for the Soviet Union for 60 years at this point. You know, the church is not a thing. And then here we have, right after the fall of the Soviet Union, we've got a 20-year-old soldier who's manning a checkpoint. And he ends up being surrounded and taken hostage by the Chechen militants. And they demand that he renounces his faith. Now, this is a kid who grew up during the end of the Soviet Union, which means his mother grew up during the majority of the Soviet Union. She went through all of it.
Yeah.
And this man, this saint, refuses in the face of violence and brutality to renounce his faith. And they end up martyring him. And I don't want to go into the gory details. If you pull the Wikipedia on him, the story is it's pretty brutal. But his mother, even in the face of communism and everything, was devoutly Orthodox, even in hiding. And she ended up journeying to Chechnya, tracking them down, and ultimately receiving the body of her fallen son, who refused to renounce orthodoxy in the face of violence. And so I look at my saint and I go, this man came from a society that staunchly opposed Christ, was devout, then went to war to ultimately fight against evil, whether it's for, believe what you want, corruption, whatever. Oh, the Russians just wanted to do, it doesn't matter. He went and he was fighting against evil, was kidnapped, was tortured, maimed, eviscerated, and refused to give up his faith. And as a soldier, I look at that. I look at my saint and I go, that's me. That's who I want to be. I don't necessarily want to be tortured and dismembered and all of that. But if I was ever put into that position, I would never want ever to even think about renouncing my faith, my love for God in the face of evil. Evil. That's the key word. Evil. He did not renounce his faith and love for God in the face of evil. And I've tried to live by that my whole life. I'm going to I'm going to embody that, those principles. I want to live up to that. That doesn't necessarily mean martyrdom, but when I'm going out there and I'm doing my job, I'm doing whatever I have to do, I'm facing evil, I'm going to remember that God is with me. Have no fear. It doesn't matter what happens here, but my integrity and my commitment to the Lord, that will matter for eternity. And my strength, my willingness to go out, to be masculine, to fight evil in the physical sense, it doesn't matter what happens to my body in that process. So long as I am doing God's work, I am doing what He wills. And I know that He won't steer me wrong because, God, He puts pathways in front of you, right? And we have free will. So we can take the right-hand path or the left-hand path. And so long as we're taking the right-hand path, we're doing the right things. We're doing the things that we need to do with integrity by His word, His will. As warriors, we are that's it's a form of asceticism in its own, right? It's a form of sacrifice in its own. And so that's, I have a lot of love for my saint, because
Yeah,
that's just
yeah.
absolutely powerful to like realize. I don't know if you might be able to find a couple of his icons. I don't know if I can bring them up on my stream on my end here. I don't know how to do that.
Changing your avatar. You might be able to do it that
No,
way.
I was gonna try.
Or you can share your screen too. That's another way to do it.
How do I do that? Oh, share screen. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me see. Because there's some awesome paintings of him. I mean, there's good icons, but I mean, there's some awesome paintings.
That was just mostly the boxer.
No, that's Romanov.
There's a follow-up question here from Jess. He says, since you have military experience, why do you think it's so easy for Islam to take root in countries that become very secular or moral relativists?
That's an awesome question.
Yeah, that's really good.
There is a very short and sweet answer for that, and it comes back to what I was saying earlier about masculinity and the lack of faith in our society, in young men, and we see this all the time in the prison system as well. Islam takes root because it is disciplined. It um, it is disciplined. It has a regimentation. It is martial. Period. Young men are attracted to masculinity. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where, like what society it's in. Secular societies, what do they lose? They lose their guidance. They lose that regimentation from a spiritual standpoint. All of a sudden, Islam is there, and it is raw. It promotes violence. It promotes masculinity. It promotes male strength. It promotes evangelization by violence. Okay, now people say, oh, it's a very peaceful religion. Okay, fine. Yes, sure, it is. You know what? It is.
Sure.
I can't lie. 90% of Islam is peaceful. It is. The 10% of Islam that isn't peaceful is one of the most violent things on the planet. 90% of the religion is peaceful. The 10%
It's
that isn't,
mostly peaceful. It's mostly peaceful, right?
yeah, mostly peaceful religion.
Yeah.
So
Like those
when you look at a
protests.
secular society that doesn't have spirit and doesn't have guidance, all the young men need something to cling to.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden Islam shows up, and it gives young men a cause. And the funny thing is, and we're seeing this in the West, as young men get exposed to orthodoxy, they go, wait a minute, there's a Christianity that's like that? Yeah, the Christianity, the origin, the church has always been that way.
Yeah, and Islam ripped off of it. It's a
Exactly.
heresy of Christianity.
And so what we're seeing is Western secular societies under the onslaught of and I'm not trying to be political here, but immigration, cultural change. We're looking over since 2014 to now. We've been looking at massive cultural shifts in Western society, and all of a sudden, the younger generations are sitting here going, we don't have guidance. Can we even, or are we ever even going to be able to buy a house? All of a sudden, they're like, I don't care about these things anymore, and all of that desire for property and women and partying and all of these types of things, those things are going away in favor of the regimentation that is coming from the church, the martial prowess, the discipline, the sacrifice that comes with the prostrations, with kneeling before a king, right? Men are called to this. And so what we're seeing in the West is the opposite of Islamization or whatever. We're seeing Christianization. But we're not seeing it any longer from a Protestant standpoint or a Roman Catholic standpoint. We're seeing it in the greatest numbers in hundreds and hundreds of years from an Orthodox standpoint. Now let's get rid of that name Orthodox. You know what? I'm actually not a big fan of that name Orthodox. We're seeing it from Christ's church standpoint. The church. The Holy Catholic Apostolic Church. Everybody else called us Orthodox because we wouldn't change. We are traditional. Traditional has a meaning. We are the church, and young men are being called to it. And that is so powerful.
Badger Snake adds, I think the physicality of Islam and the forceful rejection of egalitarianism is a big part of the allure of Islam. So, yeah, I mean, it kind of just going back to what we were saying. I mean, really, it's the original Christianity, the Eastern Christianity, always had prostrations and using a warrior mindset. And we have no I don't know. There's no egalitarianism really. We're all made in Christ's image, but God gives us different gifts, clearly, and different roles to play.
I'm sorry. I've got I'm trying to figure out how to share these. Oh, here we go. Okay. Here's one of the paintings.
All
I don't
right.
know. Can you see it?
Yeah.
This is the saint.
So that's Afghani.
Yep. And here he is with this is the Chechen warlord. You can see he has an Orthodox cross here. Here's one of the other Chechen fighters. And I have another one here. And here is another painting that was done of Evgeny. And the imagery is so powerful here. It's Chechnya. He's up in the mountains. It's freezing. There's the rivers are here.
I don't see the other screen that you had up.
1 moment.
Yeah. You might want to share that again because it just came up blank on my end. Daryl says, "Hey
I'm sorry,
boss,
I'm trying
you
to-
have some gum. These guys know what this means. Do you guys know what that means? Hey boss, have you have some gum?"
Yeah, when when you're out in the field or doing anything like
I'll trade you this first strike bar for that pack of gum.
yeah. Well, the thing is, when you're out in the field, there's two sides to this. Number one, if I have a pack of gum and nobody else has a pack of gum, all of a sudden everybody has a pack of gum.
Yeah.
And the other side of it is the gum that they put in MREs will make you go to the bathroom.
Oh.
It always leads back. You see one person chewing gum and it's like, yo, where'd you get that? It's like, oh, I got it from this person. And you walk over to that person like, yo, I know you have it. you're gonna hand it over.
Can you see you can see the painting now?
Yeah, I can see it now.
So I love the imagery here. Yevgeny is here, and he's in the light, and the Chechen fighters are around him. They've got him at gunpoint. But if you look, he's got no shoes, he's got no jacket, he's been stripped.
Yeah, can you zoom in a little bit?
Yep, his cross is out. He's wearing the typical telnyashka of the airborne forces. You can see there's rough waters behind him. This is one of the rivers where he was taken, and he's up in the mountains here in the Caucasus in Chechnya. So you look at them and they're all wearing jackets.
Yeah, he's like surrounded by wolves right now.
He's freezing. It's bitter cold. He has no shoes. He's been taken hostage, and you see the imagery. His chest is out. His chin is up. He's facing his eyes. He's facing this man who is trying. This man is trying with all of his willpower to get him to renounce his faith, and he's standing here proud, not from a sinful way, but he's putting his chest out. He's saying, "Absolutely not. It doesn't matter. All these wolves surround me. I'm frozen. I'm cold, and I will not renounce my faith because none of this matters." And I look at this painting and I go, that's my saint right there. Like that is what I want to be able to embody. That I want to be the type of man who has the faith to stand by the Lord when I'm faced with these wolves and I'm cold and I'm hungry and I'm alone and I'm going to die.
Yeah. Jess, I guess wasn't here in the beginning, but yeah. So these guys, well, two of them at least have been overseas in the Middle East. So Jess's question is, do you think that made it easier to integrate into Orthodoxy?
Being in the Middle East,
Yeah, yeah, just like your experience over there.
um, well,
Well,
I mean, like I said at the beginning of the podcast, I didn't really have a connection to the faith. And when I deployed to Egypt, to the Sinai, really, everything changed for me from a spiritual standpoint. Now, whether that was because I was in the Sinai or because I was going through a lot of difficult things, maybe, but I would say no.
Okay.
Um, because and the reason why I'm going to say no is this is orthodoxy. Okay, it's the ancient church, so it's never ending, and it's in all of us already. It speaks to all of us already. It's inside of us, and so it's nice that there's a cultural aspect to orthodoxy, but that is 1% of orthodoxy. That is 1% of the church. Being in the Levant, being right there where so many things happened, that could bring any man closer to God.
Hmm.
As far as an orthodox standpoint is concerned, the fact that there is nothing like orthodoxy is what brought me closer. Being in the Middle East or not, it's
Yeah.
that there is nothing like it. Whether I went to a church there or I went to a church here, it doesn't matter. Because if I go into an Orthodox church in the Middle East and I go into an Orthodox church in the United States, the only thing that's different is the language that it's spoken in.
Gotcha. So one of my questions was, well, so one of my favorite verses from the Bible, from the epistles, is Ephesians 6:12. Even before I was an Orthodox, I've always loved this verse. And do you guys already familiar with it, 6:12?
Not off the top of my head.
This is the one that says, here, actually, let me just pull it up. We'll go to Ephesians 6:12 here in my little Bible here. Ephesians, that's in page 290. And 6:12 is, truly, our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, against the powers, against the world rulers of this darkness, and against the evil spiritual forces of the supernatural realms.
Oh,
Yeah, how do you all, what do you guys think about that? Do you want to reflect on that a little bit?
I mean, it. I don't think it can really be. I don't think it can really be said any better than that. I mean, that's a reality, and like I just said, that's within all of us, and everybody has a pathway in life and choices to make. Discreet, myself, Conman, we were called into this way of life, and so that verse can mean so much to somebody like you, and it can mean so much to somebody like us. It, it's what we're supposed to do regardless. That's what I think about it.
yeah, I kind of wanted to give a response to the question that I think Brad Badger put out. Do you
Yeah.
believe it made it easier to integrate? Or so honestly, I honestly think that situations like that make whether you're an Orthodox, a Protestant, or a Catholic, I think it actually can make it more damaging to your faith journey, being in places like that. For example, I've fallen into it before, and I know a lot of people have fallen into it before. Even if you have a baseline of Christianity, you have a baseline of a belief in something, and I think mainly Christianity. When you get into tough places like that, and you're away from comfort, you're away from home, and you actually have to do things, and it's hard, it becomes very easy to put a lot of effort into your faith. And because you have the time and you're scared, you're nervous, you don't know what tomorrow's going to look like, you don't know what's going to happen in 2 hours. There were times to where we didn't even know if we were going to have food or water the next week. So it's very easy to start really relying on God, which, is a good thing. But then when you come home, that lukewarmity kind of sets back in. And you just kind of, you become comfortable again. It becomes very easy to do, to maybe go to church or liturgy. I'm mainly talking from a Protestant perspective right now. It's very easy to go to church once a month and feel like you're okay. But then when you're in that situation to where it's like, okay, I'm nervous, I'm alone, this is giving me comfort, you really feed into it. And then once you're out of the situation, it kind of goes away. It's almost like using God and religion as a crutch for a short period of time, and then once you don't need it anymore, you just kind of forget about it. And for me, the deployment didn't really help me integrate into Orthodoxy. I just think Orthodoxy made it easy. And what I mean by that, it wasn't like, okay, you go to church on Sunday, you go there for 45 minutes, you go home and do whatever you want the rest of the day and the rest of the week. And there's not really there. It's to them, it's all about the being born again part of it. If you're born again, you're good. But for Orthodoxy, it was like, oh yeah, you still have to do your stuff, right? And from at least my perspective of it, and from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't know if you have salvation until judgment. Like you just have in like the journey of theosis to receive it, and you have to do certain things, not because, it's a combination between wanting to do it, but it's more or less like you're doing it because you love God. It's almost like a parent to a kid. Parents, yeah, you have to feed your kid, but at the same exact time, you want to feed your kid because you love your kid. So it's like, I want to go to confession because I have to, but it's also because I want to, because I love God. I love the church, and I want to be a part of that. So I think the way Orthodoxy is set up and the things that, the theologies that they have set in stone that haven't changed since Pentecost, it's all been, pretty much the same. You don't have to worry about going across the street to a different church and having them teach something different. It makes you crave it. It's like the gym to me, right? I want to go to the gym because I love the gym, but
Yeah.
I need to be strong. So it's like, okay, I'm going to go to church because I want to go to church, but I also need it because sin is a sickness and I'm suffering from this disease every single day of my life. And in all honesty, I just want the medicine. I don't I want to go to church because it's medicine to my disease. So yeah, I think at least for me specifically, did the deployment help? Not really. I know for some people it does. It definitely gave me more time to reflect, and it gave me a lot more of a head start in my, I guess, journey. But I wouldn't say it made it easier to integrate. It also didn't make it harder. It was just it's just kind of what happened.
Yeah. Jess is making this analogy or like kind of a comparison between the desert fathers in the wilderness and maybe being a soldier in the Middle East. I've never served, so I have no idea. But I've heard that it can be very boring at times. Is there anything that you can kind of like compare it to being like out in the wilderness?
So
Oh,
to just give some clarification real quick, we there were times where we were in the Middle East, but we were actually in a jungle down
when
in
when
Africa.
he and I deployed together.
Yeah. At least my experience was in a jungle.
Um.
It still gets just as boring.
So
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
mean,
I'm sure it's still wilderness. Yeah.
it
Yeah.
was the jungle. He and I deployed for counterterror and security to the Horn of Africa. So we
Wow.
experienced Kuwait briefly, but then we landed in Djibouti, which that country sounds like the name.
And it smells like it too.
It smells like it. it's a
Yo,
not a very it's a very unpleasant place to
really,
Hanging out at Djibouti.
Djibouti.
really weird fun fact about Djibouti. I don't know how true this is, and I remember somebody told me it. So the way that they have burial rights set up is if the family owned land at one point or time, they have burial rights to bury their past relatives if they didn't just throw them in the 4,000 mile long burn pit. Um, what they
That's
would
a real
do
thing.
is they would dig a very shallow hole and then just put rocks on top of it. So there's these piles of rocks just all around the base, and you're just walking by dead people every single day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Um, After that, we flew to the jungle in another country, and we were doing operations there. But there were many times where Discreet and I we weren't out on patrol. It was typical global war on terror type of stuff. So if you weren't patrolling, you were doing security, and he's one of my absolute best friends, and we would always try and get security shifts in the towers together. And we spent a lot of time reflecting on orthodoxy together in the towers, and that led to uh, its own form of monasticism, I guess I should say. You know, he and I practiced a lot of the Jesus prayer. We focused very heavily on unceasing prayer. But then we'd be in the towers together, 8 to 12 hours, and there you can't leave. There's nothing to do. You're just scanning, waiting. You're hoping that you don't get attacked. You're waiting for an attack. We got intel that an attack is coming. And we're sitting there and we're just like scanning the tree line with binoculars, like talking about orthodoxy and praying and reflecting on things. And we can't leave. We can't go anywhere. It's hot.
We did have some more fun nights in the towers, so I'll tell a story
Here,
real
I'll be
quick.
right back. Yeah, tell the story, and I'm gonna leave this comment up.
All good. Um, well, I'm going to try and explain the story without giving away certain operational security things. But long story short, we were under. You remember you remember this? It was night shift, Tower 5, flashlight guy.
Yeah, no, definitely remember that.
So we were sitting in tower, and we were under a threat of an attack of the local terrorist group in the area. You had ISIS, but they weren't in our AO. I think they were more over west. But we had Al Shabaab in our area. They're a sect off of Al Qaeda. So basically, what happened was there was this charcoal farmer right next to our base, and it wasn't uncommon for him to come out at like 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night to search his property for different wildlife like baboons. They would come and take all of his watermelon and fruits and everything. He'd get all pissed about it and chase them around with a machete for about 10 to 15 minutes and usually go back inside. There were also like hyenas and jaguars in the area. But this one night specifically, it was, I don't know, it was probably like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And me and Zhenya are sitting in tower. We're just talking, and then all of a sudden, like, I just see Zhenya go from being completely dark to completely illuminated. And I'm like, what the heck? And I look out the tower, and there's a guy shining a flashlight directly into our tower. And then he shines it at me, turns it off, and then just vanishes into the night.
Oh.
And we're like, all right, that's kind of weird. So, we called up to our higher ups, and they sent out a little quick. We called them like ARAMs. They're just little perimeter search, small little like either foot or vehicle mounted patrol around our immediate vicinity. It's not like an actual patrol. And we had this little. They're trying to put in this like remote controlled weapon system on to the top of our tower, and there was this really really sketchy staircase that went
This part's great.
pretty much vertically up the tower. And me and Owen spent like 15 to 20 minutes arguing over who wanted to go up because neither one of us wanted to make our way up to the tower. So then Zhenya was just like, whatever, man, I'll just go. So then he starts like slowly trying to get up the staircase as it's like going to fall. Like, this thing was not secured at all. There's no handrails going up. And then of course,
I was carrying a giant thermal
yeah, and
optic up with me.
and
No.
to give you some perspective, imagine just like a normal staircase, and then
Yeah.
make it to where only 1 foot can fit on each step, but only half of your foot lengthwise can actually fit on it.
So it's like the worst of both worlds when it comes to a ladder and a staircase.
Yeah, it was like a ladder
that doesn't
but
have your
smaller.
foot be able to go through. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
terrible.
And like at least with the ladder, you can like kind of push your foot further in between the poles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there was
your
just
foot
a-
can go further in. Yeah.
there was just a wall there, so your foot would just kind of hit, and you were just climbing up this vertical staircase.
Yeah, were you
with your
supposed to crab
toes.
walk up? Like, how's that
Pretty
work?
much, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're trying, like, when you get to the top, you're like trying to stay low, so that if somebody's out there, they don't smoke you as soon as you peek your head up and out.
Yeah.
So yeah, we the three of us took a couple turns trying to get up there that night.
I'm like sitting in the tower. They're like telling us like, "Hey, we're gonna get attacked," and we're like, he and I are already on alert. This dude shines a flashlight, and we're arguing back and forth like, we should probably go up on, I can't see enough.
Yeah, because there was a fence in front of us that they did no landscaping on for the past, I don't know, probably 80 years. So the entire fence is just now a bush.
It's straight jungle, and like I gotta see over the fence.
Yeah.
Like go up on the roof of this rickety bunker tower with a giant infrared optic. I'm like laying on the roof. I'm like, God will protect me. I'm like, these guys could hit us with everything on the planet right now. I'm just up on this roof. It's one of those situations where it's like you had to be there, but like from a military standpoint, it's so hilarious because it's like completely opposite of all the training you've ever been given.
Yeah.
You're like, yep, I got to do this.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds intense.
Nothing ended up happening. Well, later that we get off shift and we go back to our tent. We're having a after shift briefing, and one of our buddies come up to us, and he was one of the gunners on one of the trucks that went out on that little area perimeter, little just check. And again, we're in a jungle, so there's it is thick forest, and the locals, I'm trying not to sound racist with this, but they were skinny. They didn't have a lot of food, and our buddy that was in the gunner's hatch, they're driving. He's the third Vic, and he said, "I just saw this really skinny shadow just poke out from behind a tree." And our platoon sergeant was in the same exact truck, and our buddy grabbed the gunner's hatch and just completely spun it backwards as fast as he possibly could. And these things, they're not quiet, but they're not loud. They're on a chain system to where you have to like crank a little thing unless you give it like legit force to spin it. And if you do that, everybody in your truck notices what's going on. And he's like screaming, "There's somebody right there! There's somebody right there!" And like everyone thought that like everything was going to pop off for a second there. So and they just started flooring it to get out of the what would be like the kill zone or the box of the situation of where something could happen. Because it wasn't common that people are going to be out at 3 o'clock in the morning. Because, like I said, everything there wants you to die. All of the animals think you're food, and all of the plants think you're a threat, so they try to kill you.
It's just like
Yeah,
it's one of those situations where it's like easily like one of the scariest moments of our entire life, and it's just absolutely hilarious to us.
I will. The
Like
scariest.
that's like a level of cynicism, you know what I mean? It's like the way that it was just like so goofy and
Yeah,
like all the weird things that happened. It's like this is the one of the most dangerous moments of our entire life, and it was completely like ridiculous.
I think that one I think is third for me. I have two more moments that were a little worse than that. The first one, it nothing was actually happening, but for a second I thought something was happening. We were down at our vehicle search area, or VSA, and I'm working the entry gate where the vehicles come in to be searched. And I'm talking to one of our guys, and out of the corner of my eye, I can see the bomb dog walking around one of the vehicles, which was common. It depended on what handler. Sometimes they'd walk with the dog, other times they just let the dog go out on its own. This time, it was one of our more experienced handlers with a dog that had multiple deployments, so the dog knew what it was doing. And I turn around and I see the dog marking a trailer of a vehicle, and I'm like, "Oh my
That's near
gosh!"
me. That's not good.
And
Not good.
the guy I was with then also sees it, and we both just freeze. And we see the dog handler just come waltzing up, and we're like, "This thing, like, okay, like, this is the real deal now. Like, we actually have something." And he reaches underneath the trailer and pulls out a toy. Now I'm like, "Dude, you gotta let us know before you do stuff like that." We were about to shut this whole thing down.
Yeah, because it would be like not just like a car, right? It's like a semi trailer.
Yeah,
The amount of explosives that would be in a semi trailer, like
yeah,
Like that's so. I don't really have military handler experience, but I do work with an explosive canine, and he is my him and his handler are my partner and my boss. And my primary duty is to be the spotter for them. So if we're doing a search, I'm the guy with the rifle. I'm looking for tripwires. I'm looking for weirdly placed items like dudes with S vests, dudes with guns. My main duty is to protect the handler and the explosive detection dog. But hearing this story, like I could just like imagine how terrified these guys were to see a large like semi truck that could be packed with like large amounts of explosives, like artillery shells, anything that could be used as an IED, ammonium nitrate, large amounts of explosives. So I completely understand that part.
yeah. I was like in the middle of walking, and I saw a market, and I was like mid stride and just stopped. I was just like, "Welp, here we go, I guess." But and then the actually I this moment was a legitimate I almost died situation. We went out on a night reconnaissance into the jungle to just recon some movements of the enemy in the area, and we get to our OP, our observer position, and we have two separate OPs for this. And I kind of squeeze underneath this little bush to pull security, because you always set up 360 security. You basically make a big circle or an oval so that you can see everything around you. Now again, you're in a jungle, so you can't really see all that much. And I'm carrying a backpack with a satellite radio in the back of it, so it's a lot bigger than even like our normal radios. If you there's we have handhelds, we have normal radios, and we have satellite radios. The handhelds, it's like your normal radio that you see police use. The standard radios that most people use, it's honestly the size of like a PC tower.
Okay.
They're
So that's
about
like on your
five.
back?
Yeah, and the satellite radios is like the size of two PCs kind of put together into one big box. So it was maybe only like 15 pounds, but with all the additional gear and water that we had to take out, because it was a very long movement, I probably had an additional like 100 pounds on my body compared to my body weight. So I'm getting down really slow, and I get down on my hands and knees, and I'm looking through night vision, and I look up, and there's a 5 to 6 foot long black mamba slithering maybe a couple feet in front of me, and
Ah!
I'm like, oh no, and
Did you get out? Did you get out like a knife or a gun, or what'd you
yeah,
do?
well, I slowly started to get up to start backing up because if I made any noise or like shot the thing, it would have completely thrown off the entire operation. We would have had to leave.
Ah.
And I start to like kind of stumble backwards and I can see it stop and it looks at me and then starts coming like towards me. So I start moving quicker and I end up tripping and one of my buddies catch me and he's like whispering to me. He's like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I'm like frantically pointing like black mamba, black mamba, black mamba. And then thankfully like it kind of stopped coming after me and just kind of slithered off because they are more scared of humans than what you are. It was probably just curious on what exactly is next to it.
Yeah,
It
what
was
is
trying
this
to
thing?
yeah,
This
it was
big
like
lumbering thing, yeah.
yeah, it was trying to like check me out, but then once, I got around a couple more people, it realized like, okay, there's a lot around here and it turned around and left. So we got everyone up and moved them away. But yeah, there was that night one of our lead guy also stepped on like a 20-foot anaconda that he thought was a log and kind of stood on it for a second and then it moved and then he freaked out because like when you step on something that big and it moves, like he picked up his gun and all of us behind him, we all start picking up our guns, but we have no idea what he's pointing at. So like we're all just waiting for something to happen and then he just like puts his gun down and just starts walking away and we're like what like okay cool whatever, I guess we're just gonna keep going. But yeah, that was the closest I ever got to assuming room temperature in my career. But
So what do you guys think? Should America be preparing for persecution? Do you think that's anything that could happen? I don't know. Maybe that's a dumb thing to ask because obviously it could happen. But
no, I think it's a good
Wait,
question.
wait. Can you elaborate on that question?
persecution of Christians,
It's already happening.
yeah,
Yeah, they pretty much have Sharia law in New York City now.
It's not even a joke. If you drive through Chicago, like, there's massive regions of the United States. People don't realize that, like, you will not go to bed or wake up and go to work without listening to the Islamic call to prayer.
Yeah.
Right, Dearborn, Michigan.
Yep. It's already happening. You have attacks on churches. You have attacks on parishes.
yeah.
Um,
That's more what I'm thinking of too. Is like the attacks on churches.
you
Well,
have,
the big thing to when it comes to persecution, because honestly, like you'll if you look far enough, you'll see that every single church, whether it's Orthodox, Protestant, Muslim, it's mainly those three. I don't you don't really hear a lot of like I don't even think Buddhists have like worship centers, so I guess that kind of excludes that. But
Well, in India, the Buddhists are very terrible to the Christians.
yeah, but at least in the U.S., it's like there's an attack on overall religion. Whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian, and in Christianity, whatever sect you believe in, or follow the theology of, there's an overall attack on everything. I'm honestly more worried about a overall collapse of society regarding more of a civil war type scenario where it's going to be state versus state than an active push for persecution against exclusively Christians. And the reason why I say that is even if you take those Protestant sections that are more liberal, that have like gay pastors,
Heretics.
female pastors, like all that stuff, which even if you take them into consideration on the persecution part, there's still a lot of them. And you would have to get such a large section of the country to be willing to want to do that. Now, I still believe that a lot of them would switch the moment a gun was pointed at them and they were told they're going to be killed. A lot of them would change their mind. Yes, I am aware of that, and I do agree that that would happen. But I still believe, at least in the South, where there's a very large Pentecostal and Baptist following, that, at least from the Protestant stand of views, a lot more, I guess, almost intense for the Protestant section of belief. I think there'd be, at least right now, in the next maybe 50 years, maybe not so much. I don't, but at least right now, I don't think there would be a issue of complete and absolute persecution of all Christians. Um, but I think preparing for a situation to where martial law is enacted and the country shuts down and you have states going to war with states. I watched a video the other day on what a realistic civil war would look like in the U.S., and it would be almost like a continental versus a landlocked type of civil war. You'd have almost all the coastal states kind of banding
Oh, I
together.
watched the same video. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
what
you
you're
saw
talking
that.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's more of a threat. Now, obviously, persecution's going to happen to Christians no matter where you go, um, whether it's like actual physical stuff or you're just looked down upon. That's just kind of the reality of it. Which I'm all game for it. Like not persecuting Christians, but like if you're going to persecute me, then okay. Like I have no problem dying for my beliefs, but if that makes sense. But
Sure.
I think we're more under a threat of a larger collapse of society to where states are going to end up joining together, and you're going to have kind of little holdouts and almost a division in the country. Not quite north south how the first Civil War was. I think it'll be turned more into you're probably gonna have like 3 or 4 different groups that are largely cooperated together, and they're probably gonna make alliances between each other for different trade reasons or whatever. But that's at least my opinion. I mean, I could be completely off. The complete opposite can happen, and Christianity can become outlawed in 3 months, or all of a sudden out of nowhere, in the next couple of years, they can make the United States a Christian country. You don't know. But I always like to say, it's better to be prepared for something that doesn't happen than be unprepared for something that does happen. So
Sure. Makes sense.
it's it's a fair. And I'm not also trying not to say like, oh, that's an unfair worry at all. It is a very reasonable thing to be worried about. Um, I personally, I just think it'll happen a little bit different than the way anybody expects it to happen.
Yeah, Zhenya, what do you think? Do you think it's more likely that World War III would happen, or a civil war, or maybe a combination thereof?
He is currently out of the room doing something else, but when he comes back,
Oh, okay, con man. What do
yeah.
you think about that? Do you think it's more likely that we would be getting into a global conflict, a civil war, or maybe the global conflict would lead to our civil war?
So this is my opinion as a law enforcement officer, because I have to view society in different ways and see different things. We are in a cold civil war. It's mostly because of how society is and how they use social media to influence other people into believing different things when it's wrong, or it's you know we are in a civil war. It's just a cold one. It's like the Cold War for the United States against the Soviet Union and their different ideologies. Um, we have essentially these other religious groups who are using any form of manipulation. They manipulate your stocks, your social media, your whatever, your dating apps. I don't really specifically know what. I'm not going to say specifically who and what they're using to make this cold civil war, but it's there. It's there for you, and some people don't notice it yet until they start hearing other sides of the argument of what's good and what's bad, or this is this and that. It's really the people that see the middle of the situation and know that they're in a cold, basically the cold second civil war.
Frogs in boiling water.
Yeah, I just want to do a quick shout out. Your chat's actually pretty cool. I've been reading it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
looking at it right now. I'm trying to see if there's anything good to pull up here.
The one dude did say that there's a lot of law enforcement officers that are Freemasons. I really haven't dived deep into the idea of Freemasonry or some, I wouldn't say bullcrap like that, but if anyone can chime on that and kind of explain that to me a little bit more.
Oh yeah, I see that comment now. Yeah, I've heard of that too a little bit, but I mean, I think Freemasons are everywhere. I mean, they're also in the politics and stuff. I mean, I think maybe what it gets conflated is the Fraternal Order of Police with Freemasonry, and they're not the same thing, right?
Yeah.
No. But there's a lot of law enforcement that are Freemasons. Period. Like it's a little
I haven't read up on
I don't
Freemasonry in a
personally
long time. I learned about it at like my Christian school, so I'm just going to chat GPT this thing real quick to get a general understanding again of what it is.
So
Oh, I do want to talk about AI at some point if you guys are game for that.
it's it does make me uncomfortable because similar to being in the military, I don't believe that anybody who serves in roles like this should be allowed to be a part of societies, secret societies that have rituals and rites.
He's a Yaimond.
It's the diamond.
It's the diamond.
It's the Illuminati. Like I
like
don't
when
think that they should be allowed to do those things first and foremost. Because if a Freemason, from a policing standpoint, a Freemason pulls over a Freemason,
To get off.
You do your little dance rituals or whatever.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Little courtesy.
very
Yeah.
wrong.
It's like Okay, so I'm assuming it's almost like kind of how Scientology's set up. Is that not like identical, but from what I just read from the chat GPTs, it just sounds like kind of like an underworld type of cult type of thing.
I mean, so I never was a Freemason myself. I was an occultist in my past where I was a Rosicrucian, which is kind of affiliated with them. It's co-Masonic because
Okay.
originally it was just one thing. The Rosicrucians were one with and the Golden Dawn was all one with the Freemasons. But they split off where like Golden Dawn and Rosicrucians became like just the spiritual sect, where Freemasons was more the social group. But they do play into each other. In the beginning, they were one group. They split in 1888. So like, I guess if, and again, I've never been a Freemason, but it seems like it's like one of those groups that you're in where you kind of like look out for each other, and you try to get each other into like places of power. And again, like like you said, if you're a cop and pull over a Freemason, you're gonna let him off. You know.
Are they like open about it? Do they tell other people that they're Freemasons, or is it kind of like a you know if you know type of deal?
They tell you. I mean, they have like different like code secret things. Like they'll say like, "Are you a traveling man?" And I forget what the phrase back is. I think it's like I travel where the light goes or something like that, or like I go east or something like that. But they have like these sort of like secret handshakes and secret passcodes, but they also like will just tell you if they're a Freemason. Like I worked with a family when I was in human services, and the father was a Freemason, and he told me he was very proud of it. He was like, "I'm a master Mason. I'm 33 degree." And I
I'm
was
a
like, "Wow."
master mason. You know, he's
Yeah.
prestiging in Call of Duty and Freemasonry.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was like his whole identity too. I mean, he really was all about it. But yeah,
Interesting, huh?
interesting stuff. But you mentioned ChatGPT. What do you guys think about AI? Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing for society?
Oh, it's definitely a terrible thing. Even though I use it for like stupid stuff. Like
Well,
I'll take like pictures of Zhenya and like create them into different like uniforms and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Joke
sure.
robes and stuff like that. Like I took a picture of my boss eating a donut the one day. And I was like, hey, ChatGPT, put him in like magistrate judge's robes just to poke fun of him while he's eating his donut. It was the
Yeah.
funniest thing.
AI is a weird thing, and I do believe like there's some good in it. Obviously anything that's created can be used for good or evil. The thing itself isn't evil. Um, for example, like firearms. All right, I believe that firearms are, in some case, they're firearms are a neutral object. They are not bad. They are not good. They can be used for good or they can be used for bad. And it's going to be the same exact thing for AI. Now, I don't think AI right now is at the point to where it's going to be like Terminator walking down the road type situation yet. Could that happen? Sure, but I mean, from my current understanding, specifically of ChatGPT, ChatGPT really like it's smart, but it's not that smart. It keeps a log of all of your conversations, and even when you start a new conversation, it has all of the old conversations already stored, and it's basically treating your new conversation as an additional prompt to the last one. And it's basing its responses off of how you responded to responses earlier in the chat. If that makes sense. I could, and I'm going to be entirely honest right now, I could be completely wrong on that, but that's how it was explained to me by somebody that is less baboon brain like me and a little bit more techno. Like that's why it took me 40 minutes to figure out how to put a photo on my little screen here for my part in the podcast. But yeah, that's it's which is also why the thing that I worry about the most actually is the energy grid for AI. It is AI takes up so much energy that I mean, even with California, like so many people are buying Teslas, their energy grid can handle it, but they want to run an AI on that same energy grid. It's you're going to have rolling blackouts. You're going to have probably curfews on electricity just for this thing to be able to run.
Oh yeah, it needs water too. It's a
Yeah,
very very resource heavy. The thing about AI that's interesting is because a gun requires you to have the technique. You need to know how to use the gun to make it work right. You put the gun in the hands of a child, they might be able to get it to go off, but they're not going to hit very accurately. You put it in a trained man's hands, and all of a sudden they can hit, attack at 50 yards.
yeah,
When it comes to AI, the technique is built in. So it's like the pretty much as far in the spectrum of technology of device as you can get to, like from tool to device, where device has the technique built in. Like our laptops, it's built so that we can type it in and we get the results we want. It's designed for us and be user friendly, and it really knows how to do all the coding itself. And you don't have to know how to actually access the proxy servers. It does that for you. AI is like taking a step beyond where it's now reasoning and it's pretending very convincingly to be a person.
yeah,
And I think about an orthodoxy of like why certain things are wrong. Like for example, with our sexuality, like with why we don't masturbate is because that is meant for a loving relationship and to make life. It's not meant to stupefy yourself. And it's
yeah,
like I think that's what AI is doing. It's stupefying ourselves. Because you're not talking to a real person. It feels like you are, but this is a person that is infinitely patient with you, but isn't really a person. It's really just weights and finding some kind of correlation between layers upon layers of tokenized letters, giving you the path of least resistance based off of all of our human knowledge. That I think can lead to some really bad problems, like with us learning how to think, especially for kids.
Well, I think it desensitizes people to reality, and it all started off with VR chat. A really good friend of mine. I've been best friends with this guy since kindergarten. We met in kindergarten. We've been friends ever since. His family's like my family, and he's he's not a bum, but he kind of is. And what I mean by that, it's like he dropped out of high school. He refuses to go out and get a GED, and he's just working kind of like a warehouse job just to kind of get just to work. And he is on VR chat all the time.
Yeah.
Like that's all he ever does. And he ended
Yeah.
up buying a new VR headset, and he gave me his old one. And I had it for a couple months, and I never used it. And the one night I was bored, and I was just just sitting around drinking. And I asked him, I was like, "Yo, dude, do you want to play some video games? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that?" And he goes, "Yeah." Then we were like kind of discussing, like, "Oh, do you have this game?" He was like, "No." "Do you have this game?" And I was like, "No." And he goes, "Yo, plug in your VR headset. We can just, VR chat's free. We can just hop into it." And I was like, "All right, whatever. I'll give it a shot." It was always kind of weird to me, the
Yeah.
idea of VR chat. So I hopped in on it, and it was fun. It was fun. Talked to a couple good, like, cool people, whatever. I mainly just hung out with him, but it was so weird. Like after I got off, went to bed, woke up, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, that was a really weird experience. I was sitting in my own house conversing with people from all over the world, which to a certain point is cool. It's something that nobody was ever able to really do before. And it's not just like you're typing in a Discord chat with them, or you're talking to them through like a headset, and you're looking at your computer, but
Yeah,
the
like what
world.
we have right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but like the world is still around you. Like I can look around my room and be like, okay, yeah, I'm at home.
Yeah.
But it was like you were completely immersed. There was nothing around you. All you saw what was the game, and it made sense to me. It's like people there. I believe there's a huge confidence issue in the United States, or even in the West, or I mean, I think I have family that lives over in Eastern Europe, and they're not like this, right? And even like people over there, they have all the same exact stuff we have. They have VR headsets, they have Xboxes, they have you know spend hours upon hours on like social media and stuff. But you look at the way we're going, people are so invested into this stuff, and they have no outside confidence. They don't have the ability to go and talk to people face to face in person, but they can do it super well on like VR chat.
Yeah. So social
And
skills for one is going to be lacking.
right. And I don't want to like insult anybody that uses VR chat. Like I said, I did it before. But it's like, in all honesty, all those people in there were kind of weird. They were all like really weird people. I mean, you still had like a good conversation or two with them, but they were really weird people. And at the same exact time, it's like,
They're incels,
yes,
freaks, degenerates.
but it's like, okay, they feel comfortable here, but then they can't go out and get a job because they have so much social anxiety that they can't talk to a normal person.
Because they live in their basement and they don't shower and they don't go to the gym.
Yes,
Touch grass.
but and that's the direction I see AI going. There's so many apps out there to where you can just make a person on AI and just have a like. It's weird. You can have like a legitimate relationship with them. It's going to destroy the already deteriorating mental health we have in the U.S., specifically with men.
It's already starting. Like here in our home state, there was just recently a law passed banning the creation of child, pornography through AI. And just recently, they just had a case where so my job is basically around canines, and I absolutely love canines. Zhenya and Discreet will attest to this. We love dogs. So just recently,
We all run the canine. We run the dog.
canine. So yeah. So just recently,
Hey, bark, bark.
there's different types of detection dogs that roam the United States, and we train them on specific odors. And one odor that you can do is the detection of electronics. So like if you hide like your cell phone in like a giant room, we can send a dog in. We can find that cell phone with that dog. It's a very interesting, very interesting, theory. And it's AI is bad because people can use it to make fake intimacy. They can make fake pornography. Like they can do a litany of things. Like there's an app, like literally you can download on your cell phone to have like an AI chat girl. Like it's disgusting.
Hey, baby, you want real girl? You want real AI girl? Just give me credit card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a real thing. Like people are actually dating AI at this point. It's getting to this absurd level and it's so quick too.
It's
You'd think it
wrong.
would
Yeah.
take a while, but no,
Yeah.
it's like right here now.
It's wrong. It's very wrong, and like it's terrible. It's beyond speechless that people would do this. I'm not that well versed with women. I'm saying that in full confidence as a law enforcement officer. I hate talking to them. They're not the greatest people on earth. But would I go to the great lengths of talking to one on my cell phone that's just created by some chatbot in China? No, absolutely not. I'd rather just go to the gym.
It's all Japan's fault because they made anime.
That's true. That's
It's
true.
all their fault.
I saw Berserk and Attack on Titan, and the next thing I knew,
I had an anime
I had
waifu
girlfriend.
body pillow.
Berserk destroys people, right? Like I remember watching Berserk. Now I didn't watch it too young, thank God, but I did watch it
So
because a
there
friend
was
told me about it, and it's just like,
conversation.
man, when the eclipse happens, whew.
So there is conversations, or there was a video that I watched about the Protestant Christians or the Christians relating to Guts, the main character of Berserk, and how his path of pure just. I don't know the show specifically, but I know Guts went through a lot of torment and a lot of hardships through his quote unquote journey. I'm not really one to dive deep or talk about Berserk or any anime or some shows like that, but there was conversation about Guts as a character and as a human being so heavily influenced through the Christian culture. And me and Zhenya actually had a conversation about that relating to the Orthodox, and we really didn't come to a conclusion on that conversation yet. So
Everybody knows that Mobile Suit Gundam is the Orthodox anime.
Mobile Suit Gundam was awesome. I loved Mobile Suit Gundam and Dragon Ball Z as a kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have somewhere around here. I've got a Mobile Suit and a Xeon figure. I don't know where I put them.
I have one. I have one. Let me see if I can grab it.
that's how they caught Subway Jared. A dog found a USB stick. Hell yeah! I mean,
That's how
not
they-
bad. Heck yeah!
That's how they got him.
That's
Yeah.
how they got
Yeah.
Subway Jared.
I had
let's
when
go!
I was moving out, yeah, I saw this and I was like, I'm keeping this. This is from 8th MS Team. Very good.
No, that's my
Yeah.
favorite. That's my favorite. Well, like that is such a good. Oh, it's such a good anime.
Oh, it's so much more realistic. It
I
feels
know,
more like
it's
a
pretty.
war. Yeah.
I would say, okay. This is totally tangential and off topic. My favorite animes. Here we go. Papa Zhenya's favorite animes when
Let's
he
hear it.
doesn't touch grass.
Anime waifu Crusader
That's
2005.
Mobile Suit Gundam, Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, very good.
That's a good one.
Good music.
Oh yeah. Bebop
The
jazz.
seatbelts.
I unironically like bebop jazz. That doesn't make me a psychopath. I just actually like it.
You play tank for somebody who loves jazz, they'll be like, "What? Who is this?" And you'll be like, "That's the seatbelts. That's from Cowboy Bebop. It's from an anime."
Yeah. Let me think. Okay, so I said Cowboy Bebop, Mobile Suit Gundam, Ghost in the Shell.
Oh, Ghost in the
Good
Shell's
one.
great.
Philosophy.
Absolutely great one.
Lots of philosophy.
Hands down. Great. On the law enforcement side, it's fucking awesome.
That's one of my absolute favorites. I gotta think. I kind of like Attack on Titan, but it's like,
Oh, dude, Attack on Titan is one of those animes that you have to grind through like 2 or 3 seasons. And then once you finish it, those seasons that you thought were grinding through were actually the most important seasons.
Yeah, I never really gave it a chance, but I did watch Neon Evangelion.
my Neon Genesis. My brother loves it. What's I gotta think, because I there's a few that I like.
You didn't like Dragon Ball?
I like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood's easily one of my favorites.
Dragon Ball Z is one of those animes that it's been overdone.
I don't think it has. You just have to watch DBZ abridged on YouTube. It's just amazing.
That's right. I love DBZ abridged.
Oh my.
I wish they would continue. I wish they would keep going with it, but I think one of the guys, he continued with it with the super, one of the creators, but he's like, a little bit more. But it doesn't matter. But he did split off and started one that's not quite as good.
I have a count. I see somebody in the chat, Golden Rule, saying anime. We watch things called cartoons. I have a counter argument to that. My Little Pony started all the problem with the
Mm,
bronies.
yeah,
That's
that is
true. I remember.
With
I
bronies.
remember like when that really took off. Like, so I'm a big Warhammer player. I love painting miniatures. I play BattleTech and Warhammer. I've done it my
Oh,
whole.
I loved BattleTech. Mech Warrior, like I loved Mech Warrior Online. That's
Oh,
still a game that I don't play it anymore, but it's still out there. It's
dude,
still
I tell you
active.
what. I will paint you. I will paint you a lance, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll paint you a lance.
Can
Um,
can I get a Timberwolf? Can I get a Mad Cat?
I have one. I have one unpainted. Yeah, no problem. I'll get you a Timberwolf.
Oh, that is awesome. That's probably my favorite mech.
Actually, I was gonna paint a whole lance of I don't know if I'm gonna do Wolf's Dragoons or what, but
Oh, that'd be cool.
yeah, no, I'll paint you a whole lance. Anyways, I'm a big Warhammer fan, big BattleTech fan, and 2014. You're a weeb.
Jess, you
2014
talked about anime before. You've talked about anime on your stuff before, so I don't want to hear it.
2014, 2015, I'm like 18 years old, 19 years old, leaving in the within the army, like, and I would go to the the game shop, right? Because I'm like, hey, it's a Friday night, I'm not working, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get a few games in, and it was like right around that time I would go into the shops, and it was just like the smell of body odor, and like I'm looking at the tables where I'm supposed to be playing Warhammer, and it's like Magic the Gathering and My Little Pony trading card adventure, and I'm like sitting here like this is the opposite of gaming. I mean, I
Yeah.
like Magic the Gathering too, don't get me wrong, I'm a huge nerd, but like, come on, guys. Like,
There's this guy that I'll see while I'm YouTube Reels doom scrolling, and he'll do like role plays of like you go to your first Magic the Gathering like tournament, and he'll use this like face filter to just be like this like really raunchy, disgusting like old dude. Like in this like not old dude, but like 25-year-old that's like uber overweight, that's just like super gross, never brushed his teeth and keeps farting.
oh, look at Badger. That is 100% factual.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty insightful comment.
That's
The
100.
bronies were the accelerations of the furry movement.
And
Dude,
you know-
I
and you
I
know
knew a
what?
guy that
You want to know why? Because nobody stopped them on DeviantArt. Nobody
Yeah.
stopped them.
Yeah, it's kind of like bestiality, you'd think.
I knew a guy that was a brony when I was growing up. I was actually really good friends with him. And he's now a woman. And I was like, well, yeah, that all makes sense. The same exact guy that I was talking about earlier, the one that I was friends with kindergarten, he calls me one day and he goes, yo, I was talking to I'm not gonna say his name, but I was talking to our old friend, and I was like, yeah, how's he doing? I haven't heard from him in a while. He goes, yeah, well, he's a she now. I'm just like, what?
Oh man. Anyways, that was super tangential. I'm sure Mr. Newman has things he wants to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, bringing it back here a little bit. What are some tips that you can give to churches for better security?
Oh,
We could talk for hours.
we
on
can
that.
talk. We can talk for
We can talk
hours.
for
Yeah,
days.
we can talk for days on this. One of the big ones is Windows. A lot of churches have Windows.
Yeah, some even have ground floor windows.
Exactly. And while
Yeah,
I
just a couple.
understand, Windows are great,
At least one.
like it's a scary thing
to think that we live in a society where bulletproof windows should be built in churches. That's a scary thought. But it's not so much the windows as it is their placement, right? So, without doxing too much, if I look out the window of a church and there is ground floor access to walk right up to that window, and there is not some type of perimeter around that access, it doesn't have to be like triple strand concertina wire with gun pits, right? All it needs to be is some kind of fence, a small fence even, something that can slow somebody down or obscure vision, a hedge even, yeah, like Tar Baby Yoda says.
Yeah.
What a name. Something like that, just so that there's some type of concealment that can slow things down just a little bit, right? Those types of things, you know, you have to understand the difference between cover and concealment, okay? So if we build cover, we build barriers, we build structured walls, things like that somebody, an assailant would have to actually work around, they would have to move around, they would actually they would be forced and funneled into a certain way. Okay, that's great, but concealment is the other side of it, right? And so if there's a wall, that's great. If the person can see over the wall, okay, fine, but at least there's a wall, right? But if the person can see over the wall and into the kill zone, that's the problem. So somebody, if they were going to attack someone, they don't have unlimited ammunition. So they're not going to shoot unless they have a target.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some weirdos out there that will, but I mean, like, that's not the reason why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want to sow violence. So they're not going to attack unless they have a target. If they can't see a target, they can't shoot a target. They might be able to take pop shots and whatever. And so at the very least, churches that have ground floor windows, those things need to be tinted. I'm talking 5%. Like, you should not be able to see inside of the church from the outside of the church. Medieval churches, here he goes again, taking, man, that's 2 for 2, man. They were built like fortresses. And there's a reason why they were built like fortresses, because that was a time period where when you went into church, you were vulnerable.
Yeah, the doors, when he says that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was for a real reason. Yeah.
So modern churches, the same type of thinking should be applied in a modern sense to the construction of modern churches, right? So if we built churches that didn't look like fortresses necessarily, but were strategically laid out to prevent threats, okay? It's one thing to build a wall so a vehicle can't ram through something. It's another thing to set up several walls in the driveway of the church, even movable walls, that force a vehicle to slow down. Right? So a military entry control point, we have a serpentine entrance. So that's three barriers, right? And the car has to drive around 3 barriers. So it forces the vehicle to slow down. It's one thing to build a wall. But the thing about it is, there's still a speeding vehicle coming towards that wall.
Yeah.
And if the person's good enough, they can turn the wheel and go around. But if you force the vehicle to slow down, they can't get enough speed to get through the wall. So there's lots of, we could talk on this for days. We really could, because it's one of those like hypothetical things. It has a lot of theory. It has a lot of stuff like that. As far as church security in a broad sense goes, you're not really supposed to have weapons in the church, but like they're There's different types of people who go to church. There's different, we
Is
talk
there
about.
is there a rule like that? Is there a rule that you're not supposed to have a weapon in church?
No, it's more of like a. It's more of like a. For me, when I go to church, it's more of like a separation from work, and the idea that I have to carry a gun everywhere because I'm a cop. When I come to church, it's more of I'm protecting myself and the people.
So the thing is, yes,
Yeah, because I suspect lots of people in our parish actually carry.
weapons do not belong in church. They do not. We are actually not supposed to have weapons inside the sanctuary because it's not a place for war. It's a place for healing and peace. Um, even Saint Vladimir, when he was in Constantinople for his baptism, the bishop there made him leave his sword outside. So we're not supposed to have weapons. That being said, there are different groups of people in the church. There are the parishioners, there's the clergy, and getting back to the beginning of our podcast here, there's people like Discreet, myself, Con Man. We take church militant to a different level. We are protectors of the church. If I had a shoulder sleeve insignia for how I view myself as a parishioner, it would be a shield with an iron rod on it. You know?
Yeah, I think like clergy aren't allowed to carry a weapon, but I think laity, there's no rule against it.
There should not be weapons inside of the church. However, it's kind of, think of it like fasting, right? Should we fast? Well, the answer is yes, we should fast. Should everybody fast? Well, if you're pregnant, you probably shouldn't fast. If you have a protein deficiency or anemia, there's different forms of fasting that you should do than, you know what I mean? Like, and that's more than acceptable. Should we have weapons inside of a place of healing and peace? No. Are there groups of people who should because it's necessary? Yes. You see what I mean? So it's more the principle that we should be able to separate from the need of weaponry within our church.
To add into that,
Unfortunately, we can't.
to add into that, honestly, setting up a good, not even person defense, not having somebody standing outside with a sword or a gun, but adding up some kind of blockage is actually really, really easy. For example, both me and both for okay, in the military, right? You get put in situations where you have to do something really stupid. And what I mean by that is you have to go to this point and you have to go through a swamp or thorn bushes or thistle bushes, and you have to go from point A to point B without taking any routes around it because your lieutenant or whoever's in charge of you, they're not going to go through it, but they want you to get there as fast as you can, so then they're just going to send you straight through it. When in reality, you can just take the time to go around it. The reason why we go straight through it is because we're told we have to and we have no other choice. In a situation for, let's say, you have a church that has windows all around it and you have a door. If you were to grow thorn bushes all around the windows to where they're high enough to where people can't see directly in, but the parish can still get the natural sunlight into the church, you're going to prevent people from wanting to go through those thorn bushes because they're not going to want to. They're going to see it. They're going to get close up to it. They're going to start trying to go through, and it's going to start cutting through their clothing, getting in their skin, and it's going to start hurting them. Like, I don't have to do all of this to get what I want, right? So they're going to back out, and they're going to try and find another way around. And they'll come through the main doors, and that's where you can have different security things set up to where the doors can be locked or have steel bars go through the doors or whatever. But that is the easiest and most simple way to set up a defense. Make it annoying, not even hard. Just make it annoying for people to want to get through it. which is why concertina wire exists. Concertina wire, it takes 5 minutes to cut a section of it out with bolt cutters or wire cutters. But then you have to take 5 extra minutes to do that when you can just walk 100 feet around and try and find another way in. And if you don't have it, well, then you have to try and crawl through it, and it just cuts you. And it's annoying. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to stop you from getting to your objective. It's going to be an annoyance. It's like having a fly around your ear. It's annoying. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to hurt you. It's just annoying. Nobody wants to sit there and listen to a fly buzzing around their ear for hours upon hours.
That's 3 for 3 from this guy. Speed wins firefights in modern era.
Right. So in a situation to where you can set up just some basic defenses to make it annoying, or for example with glass windows, I'm actually against the idea of bulletproof glass windows because once you break it, it breaks. What's actually really smart is to get some kind of film put over the window so when they shatter the window and they try and crawl through, the glass is completely shattered and it turns into a defense. Like if you, in a situation, let's say like in a Civil War situation, to defend your house, not only can you board up your windows, but put clear duct tape all over your window so that when somebody goes to break it to get inside and they're trying to clean that glass off, it's sticking and it's just cutting them.
Yes.
And it's annoying them. It hurts. It's not going to kill them unless they shove their fist through it. Could kill them if it, cuts their forearm in a specific way. But again, that's still time to where they would have to bleed out, and there's a chance to where they can save themselves by putting a belt around their arm to stop the bleeding.
It's a passive deterrent, right?
Yes.
So even from a law enforcement standpoint, like that's your lowest level of the force continuum, right? Is your officer presence.
Yeah.
You simply being there, you're not necessarily doing anything, but you simply being there is still a level of force. It's a passive force. It doesn't necessarily affect anything, but people aren't going to do anything. Really quick, if I can interject, I saw somebody mention about the Crusades. There are alcoves at the entrances of churches because that's where swords and spears were to be placed. So people are not traditionally supposed to carry their weapons into a church. That's what I was trying to, and I want to clear this up. That's the dynamic that as Christians we've always lived in. Is when we go to church, we're not in church to think about war. We're in church to think about God, to think about Christ, right? We lay our earthly cares and our weapons aside because here we are coming close to eternity, not to this world. Unfortunately, like I was saying with fasting, should we fast? Yes. Should we be able to set our weapons down to go to church? Yes. Can everybody fast? No. There's many people who physically cannot fast due to their health, which means that there are warriors of Christ who physically cannot lay down their weapons during worship. We have to do it. Should we? No. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need our weapons in church. Unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world. And so we have to have them. And so that's what I was trying to say is we shouldn't have them. We should be able to leave them at the door. We should be able to set those things aside. But unfortunately, we can't. But those of us that have to have our weapons, we're there for the people that don't have their weapons. Okay? So some of us carry weapons so everybody else can leave them at the door. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I also wonder, does it play into it whether or not it's concealed or not? Because I feel like if this sword is on you, like everyone can see it, and that's going to take everyone away from like thinking about Jesus. They're going to be like maybe thinking about your weapon. But if nobody sees it and it's like on the person, kind of like a cell phone, it's like obviously you shouldn't be on your phone while you're at church, but you might have your phone on your person in case you need it, in case you have to step outside and make a phone call or something for an emergency.
I mean, I would say, like in that regard, I would say like yes, a concealed weapon for sure. Like I wouldn't want to be open carrying or displaying a rifle or anything like that in the church.
You're not coming in with an AR-15.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Because
I'm gonna
that's
go to church with
terrifying.
my 50 cal today.
There are some churches like that, though.
There are in Pennsylvania. There's actually a really big. There's a sect of the Moonies here in
Mhm.
Pennsylvania, and those guys are strange. But as far as concealed weapons are concerned, I carry in the church.
Yeah.
Very in the church.
I work with the security team, and I don't think it detracts from my worship. However,
I don't think so either.
once you're in the security team or part of that, and you're taking that responsibility and discreet, he goes to church with me as well as Conman. We all go to the same parish. They'll tell you, I'm sitting there with my chotkey, my prayer rope. I'm doing my prayers. I'm going through the liturgy, and every 5 minutes I'm scanning the parish. I'm scanning out the far windows. I got to turn around and look out the back windows. I'm checking the corners. So.
It's a good comment right here.
Unfortunately, yeah, I've got my weapon. I'm in church. I'm attending liturgy, but I can't fully attend liturgy. I have a responsibility. That's the truth. And so when I'm in liturgy worshiping, I'm on duty, scanning and searching, and that does take me away from the liturgy. That's the truth. I have my weapon. I'm there to do a job. I'm also there because it's liturgy. But the job that I'm doing, watching over everyone, means that I can't fully pay attention to the liturgy because I have to pay attention to threats. And that's my whole point of why we should leave our weapons at the door. Lay all of those earthly cares aside. Unfortunately, we can't, which is why, a good parish with a good security team, we're going to rotate through. Not everybody's going to be on duty. We might be carrying, but we're not on duty. Okay, I'm going to focus on liturgy today. They've got the front door. They've got the crowd. They've got the windows. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and if you needed to be called upon, then you'd be ready.
Right. But when you're providing that security, you are losing attention to the liturgy. And so,
Sure.
but if you weren't there providing that security, how many other people would lose out on the liturgy because they might have anxieties or be nervous or wondering, is there protection here? Is there security here? They might feel vulnerable, and you should not feel vulnerable in the middle of divine liturgy. You should feel empowered by Christ. You know what I mean? So there's a duality that goes with all of this.
Yeah, and we're very fortunate, at different. So I would say, like, I don't know, is it? I'll just say at certain parishes that there's both a security team, but there's also medical staff that are there as well. So it's like as many of that talent that you have to give you peace of mind that if something did happen within the parish, and there's people there to respond of like all different walks. You you know what I mean? So like there's also medical staff that are also at the parish too, which is really good, because sometimes people pass out or something.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay, well, my next question that I have on here is why do you think men around 23 to 43 years old, that seems to be the statistic, are coming to the Orthodox Church in record numbers right now?
Oh, I have a really good.
I
I was
touched on this
talking to-
earlier. I touched on it earlier.
I know
I
you did,
was-
I know, but I have the question now.
I was talking to somebody about this a couple months ago. So throughout the past probably like 5 years. I think it started like back in 2019. There was a big resurgence for masculinity in younger men, and I was having a conversation with a buddy about one specific influencer on the in like social media like TikTok and YouTube or whatever that
Andrew Loser Tate.
yes and
Incel, that piece of crap, excuse me.
yes.
I think
So
somebody mentioned him earlier, very early in the stream. It's funny. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the comment while you're talking.
so I'm not gonna sit here and glaze Andrew Tate. I don't like Andrew
Yeah,
Tate, just to kind of put that out there. But I do think yes. I do think from the perspective of creating masculinity and giving it kind of a platform, he was kind of a necessary evil, right? You have
A lot of people up.
right. So you have basically the three sections of masculinity that every man needs to go through. You have a very submissive, masculine man that is I'm just gonna say it, it's kind of a pussy, right? And then you have that uber, want to be strong. What color is your Bugatti? All the women love me type of masculine man. And then you have the guy in the middle, right? The issue is everyone was on the side to where very masculine, very submissive, very weak. When Andrew Tate came and that whole movement between like Andrew Tate, Sneeko, all those guys came through, what it pretty much did is it took a lot of guys that were in their late teens, anywhere between like 16, 17, 18, all the way up to probably in their mid 20s. It lit a fire under them to where they probably became a little too masculine in a sense. What I mean, like they were just being just kind of a-holes over something. And then they had to learn how to kind of dial it back to become an actual man. And I do believe that that was a very necessary thing. And that's also why I think, that kind of started. And then you started seeing this trend in religious sections to where people were starting to come over to Christianity. And then they were finding orthodoxy. And they're going to orthodoxy because, like I said earlier, um, Protestantism is very feminine, where orthodoxy is very masculine.
Right.
So you have all these guys that have this influence now, that have this way of thinking, that want to be a man, and they can now determine, okay, what is trying to do too much and trying to be the, that big Sigma guy, or what's not enough. And they found that happy medium. And then that's when they started making the journey into religion. That's when they started finding orthodoxy. And I think that has a direct correlation to why so many people are coming to orthodoxy, specifically men.
Yeah.
So.
Con Man or Zhenya, would you like to add anything more to that?
Yeah, so I'm in the younger age range that we were just talking about, the 23 to 25 to 26. My stand on it is mostly because it's the militant stronger type of strictness and dull, where I really didn't like the Protestant four green line wall idea of, oh my God, everybody loved Jesus. Jesus is great. Jesus is wonderful. He wouldn't hurt a fly. And when I heard about when Zhenya told me the story of Jesus literally walking into a temple, flipping tables of a certain religious group, I was like, you know what? That makes sense. That's my people. He was upset, and he was very, very upset to the point where he was taking a flog. Yep. He was just flogging people for turning his house of worship into essentially what was a
Stock exchange.
stock exchange. And that's from my dull standpoint on life as as a law enforcement officer. That was a huge thing, and this is pretty. And Discreet did talk about it, where it was, a lot. This orthodoxy as a whole is a masculine thing. Like I can't imagine, like he said, the Protestant and regular Christians are like, oh well, Jesus is great, Jesus is love. This is, everyone be calm and be
be nice, be a society where Orthodox is like, no, Jesus did this, and we actually have a flag in Zhenya's office here of a very upset. I would say upset, more like stern-looking Jesus rather than.
It's the image of Edessa, the holy face, the Orthodox battle flag. We all fly it.
Jesus icon of Edessa.
The image of Edessa, the holy Mandelion.
All right. Let me see. I think I got some right here. Let me share it.
Sorry, I had to take my dog outside to use potty. What are we talking about?
Yeah. So if you so that's what it is. If you type it after that, if you type in flag.
Oh.
Yeah, these are.
So those are the icons, but if you type in flag, you'll see the actual. So a lot of people don't realize, but Orthodoxy has an army, the Grand Orthodox Army, right? And that army defended Serbia against the Ottomans. It defended all of Europe against the Mongol invasions and the Golden Horde. Type in, oh my gosh, it sounds like sounds like Joe Rogan in here.
Jamie, pull that up.
Yeah. Type in Alexander Nevsky.
Okay. I'm gonna probably struggle with that name. Alexander Nevsky.
And then just that and pull up the images, yeah. So Orthodoxy has probably the longest history of martial prowess and defense of the world. Moscow, for example, is it has another name. It has the name the Third Rome. And you know, Saint Nevsky was there. They defended, you know, against the Mongol hordes, and even at that moment, the Mongol hordes had hired Western Protestant and Catholic forces to fight for them. So Orthodoxy has a long history of quite literally raising Orthodox armies against all of the evils of the world combined and defending them. There's the Teutonic Order. A lot of people don't know, but the Teutonic Order was literally paid by the Golden Horde of the Mongols. The son of Genghis Khan, Temujin, was paid and bribed to massacre Orthodox Christians.
Yep, that's some of the dark stuff, you know.
And so
we love our Catholic brothers and sisters, but yeah, there's some bad blood in history. Yeah.
But the thing is, that's one of those orders, right?
Yeah.
And so when we think about the Crusades, right, we realize that the Crusades were. We realize that the Crusades really were necessary to stem the flow of Islam. But, you know, there's something that I always say, and that's that the devil speaks in familiar tongues, right? And we have the Roman Catholic Church. They are our cousins. But, no, they're immediate cousins. Oh. Yeah. So we have the Roman Catholic Church. They're our immediate cousins. But they strayed from the faith. That's why that's why it's a heresy to us Orthodox, right? There are heresies in there. There are changes.
They're schismatic. You know, because I don't know if we're anathematizing each other anymore, but
yeah. No.
They're schismatic.
They are still anathematized. We are not in communion with them.
We're not in communion, but we aren't in communion with schismatics either.
Well, I mean, it's schismatic, but I mean the Roman Catholic Church is very much so, quite literally, still labeled a heresy for the Orthodox.
They have some beliefs that would be in error for sure.
Well, I mean, purely the filioque clause,
It's a great example.
idea of original sin. I mean, we can go into this, and again, I'm not like trying to point fingers or anything like this. I'm sure there's Roman Catholics in here. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is let's change the verbiage here. By policy, okay? Let's go corporate. By policy, the Roman Catholic Church to the Orthodox is a heresy. It doesn't mean that they aren't our cousins. It doesn't mean that the seat of the Pope isn't one of the 12 patriarchs of the Church. But it is a heresy, which just, it doesn't mean that they're like evil or anything like that. It means that it's just wrong, right? It's not within doctrine. It's not dogmatic. It's not traditional. Okay, so it's a heresy. It's changed from tradition. Opposite of orthodoxy is heresy. Okay, so the thing about it with the Roman Catholic Church, where I say that the devil speaks in many familiar tongues, is that there are so many millions of people, priests, bishops, etc., that follow Roman Catholic doctrine because they want to come closer to Christ. That, however, does not mean that there isn't things inside of other churches that are not of Christ, right? And okay, so we established that's a truth. Fine. That then what happens? The church fractures more, and now we have the Protestant movement. And then what happens from the Protestant movement? It fractures more and more and more and more and more. And what I'm trying to say is you have orthodoxy as a foundation. And so we have cousins in the Roman Catholic Church that want to be close to Christ, that are doing the things that they believe will bring them close to Christ. And that ended up causing crusades against their own cousins. That is not of Christ.
Right. Yeah.
That is not of Christ. And so the devil speaks in familiar tongues. These people believed that they were doing God's work by killing Orthodox Christians.
Yeah. And a lot of our relics got stolen too.
That was my point. And so I can't condemn them.
Yeah.
Right? But at the same time, it doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it correct. It doesn't make it what should have happened, right? And so, is there bad blood between Roman Catholics and the Orthodox Church? We're all Catholics. We're all a union of autocephalous churches. It's just like the Roman Catholic Church has one patriarch. They have the Pope. Where are the other 11?
Yeah, he had a giant Western diocese. That was the issue. If the West would have had more churches than just Rome, I don't think the Pope would have been able to pull off what he did.
Well, again, it's a little deeper than that. What I'm saying is, like, we're the Catholic Apostolic Church. So the patriarchs of the church, through the laying of hands from Pentecost, have a direct connection to the apostles. That's why there's 12 of them. One of those patriarchs was the Pope in Rome. Where are the other 11? They're not in the Roman Catholic Church. They're in the Orthodox Church.
Yeah.
And yet we have literal family killing each other. That is not of Christ.
Yeah, it's even happening today in the Orthodox Church in Russia and Ukraine.
Oh, which is that's an even deeper political topic, because I'm very, very clued into that, very, very well versed in that. I've family, friends over there, fellow parishioners, etc. But the banning. People don't realize just how persecuted the Orthodox are in Ukraine. The Orthodox that are dying in Ukraine are not the Orthodox that you believe they are. The Orthodox Church in Ukraine has been banned.
I'm pretty sure all Christianity overall has, for the most part, been banned.
It pretty much has, except for the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is it's not it's not in communion with the broader Orthodox Church. It's actually in communion. Um, it's actually in communion with Rome, I believe. Now,
Yeah.
and
It's
hang on, I do want to say Daryl here in the chat. He says neither is calling Catholic heretics. I want to clear that up. I'm not using heretic as a disparaging term. I want to clear that up. I'm using heretic in the dictionary grammatical sense, as in it is differing from dogma, differing from doctrine and tradition. So not in a disparaging term. I'm not saying, "Oh, Roman Catholic, you're a heretic." I'm saying it's a heresy because it's against the Orthodox tradition. That's all. That's purely it. Orthodox, quite literally from a dictionary standpoint, meaning focused on the traditional, right? So if you change tradition, that would be grammatically a heresy. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like almost from like a more of like a policy or a legal standpoint, not as a disparaging term.
I
That's
can
yeah. So
show
that
some of these
right there,
pictures.
that top photo, that was the mosque. That was one of the mosques in Sharm el Sheikh, which is in the southern Sinai. If you go down, that's a overview of the city. That's the sunrise rising over the Red Sea. Those vestments there are very, very old. I'm not 100% sure how old they were. At least, I mean, over 500 years old. And then those icons are very, very old. To respond to Daryl, I mean, Daryl, purely the introduction of the Filioque clause to the Nicene Creed was a change. I mean, the Nicene Creed existed for hundreds of years before the introduction of the Filioque. That's what I'm saying. That was a change that was not agreed upon by all of the dioceses during the councils. And so because it wasn't agreed on, it became schismatic. And because it became schismatic, there is one side of the schism that stuck to the tradition, and there is one side of the schism that introduced the filioque. That's what makes it a grammatical heresy, not that you're an evil person or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a factual thing that actually happened. We have a date, we have a timestamp. This happened. Like,
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
it's like ecumenical versus ecumenism, and it's like
Yes.
heresy versus heretic. Like a
Yes.
heretic is somebody who's willfully going against the church. We
Right.
wouldn't claim that of the Catholics. They think they're just doing the right thing.
Right. So I won't call Daryl, like, Daryl's not a heretic. But if we were sitting in the council when one of the bishops stood up and said, you know, we must introduce the filioque clause. And
Yeah.
I was sitting there as an
No.
Orthodox, I would say this man is a heretic
Yeah.
because this is not this goes against everything that we've known for 1,000 years.
There's even been popes that said in the past that they will never include the filioque, and that doesn't seem to make a difference. It's like the infallibility thing is applied when it wants to be applied.
Well, I mean, and on the subject of infallibility, so when was the church founded? 33 AD at Pentecost.
Yeah.
So for 1,056 years, well, 1,020 years, something like that, we had the church, one big church. It wasn't until 1056 that we had a schism, which means when the Vikings were sacking the monasteries at Lindisfarne in the 700s, they were sacking Orthodox churches. Those churches were Orthodox churches as they are known today. 1056 was when the schism happened. And so up until that point, for 1,000 years, the Pope was not infallible. And there were many popes who anathematized and excommunicated bishops for proposing that the seat of Peter was infallible. So there were popes who refused to accept that they were infallible.
Pope Leo the Third. Yeah.
For 1,000 years, this happened. And then in 1056, we had the schism. And ever since we've had the schism, there has been more and more fracturing of the church. And only in Orthodoxy can you step back 1,000 years. Because after 1056, Roman Catholicism kept changing. It is completely different today than it was in 1056. Because in 1055, you would have looked at Roman Catholicism and said, that's an Orthodox church.
Wasn't the schism in 1054?
56.
You sure?
Pretty
I've
sure.
been saying the wrong date all this time.
Jamie, pull that up.
When was the
Yeah.
Great Schism?
Yo, Jamie, put that up
No,
on the
it's
screen.
1054.
Idiot! Everyone pointed at that guy and called him an idiot.
I just say it so often. I was
up
just like,
by
man,
2
I've been.
years. Come on, guys.
Idiot!
We have 2,000 years here. I'm off by 2 years.
Shame that man. Throw tomatoes at him.
So, like, these are factual, historical things that happened. We can't, like, that's the thing, is, like, we can dispute doctrine all day long, but we can't dispute things that factually happened.
This is an interesting question. Jess asks, do you think the Roman Catholics kept the Turks from wiping us out?
Oh, that's a great question. No, I think the Orthodox did.
I think the winged hussars did.
Here's the thing. The winged hussars from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, that was later. That was later on.
Yeah, I know. I've just been blasting
They were
Vatican
Catholic,
on a daily
but-
basis. That's the first thing I thought of.
But at that time, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, if you went to a Catholic church there, if you went there today, you would say that's an Orthodox church. They were set up exactly the same. The iconography was the same. The liturgy was the same, etc. But they were in communion with Rome. That's the winged hussars. They were great, but that was at Vienna, and that was an Ottoman army. But before that, it was the Serbians in Kosovo with the Grand Orthodox Army, and you can pull up images of that too. The fight for Kosovo, etc. And there were many, many years of war in the Balkans because the Turks had conquered Anatolia, and they were trying to come in through the Balkans, through Greece, right? Mount Athos still exists today. It still exists today. Would the Ottoman Turks have allowed Mount Athos to exist? But it still exists today. And so if you look at the Grand Orthodox armies that were fighting in Serbia and the Balkans against the Turks, the Ottomans, and all of the history that happened in the Balkans for many hundreds of years was the gateway for Islam into Europe. And it was not the Catholic armies that were there defending, it was the Orthodox armies. And so the Roman Catholics led crusades to the Levant, but the Levant is to this day not Catholic, it's Orthodox. It was the Roman Catholics who led those crusades that ultimately crippled the spread of Islam, but that did not mean that the spread of Islam stopped. It still kept trying to come in, and it was the Orthodox armies of the East that protected Europe from the spread of Islam post-Crusades. Because Islam said, well, we can't get in that way, we'll go around. And so they never stopped trying, they just went a different route. And so, like historically, the Eastern kingdoms were even known to the Western kingdoms as, the guardians of Europe. People don't know, but even in the name Ukraine, it's not Ukraine, it is the Ukraine. Because Ukraine means borderland between East and West. It is the borderland. And the Kievan Rus to the east defended the borderland from all of these incursions, from Iranic incursions, from Asian incursion, Mongolian incursions, etc. One of the probably most controversial Orthodox people who ever existed is, well, Vlad the Impaler. I mean, he's a pretty controversial Orthodox guy, but he was Orthodox.
Yeah. Well, there's Rasputin too, but he was an old believer. He was kind of a heretic too.
Well, what I'm saying is Vladimir Tepish fought wars against the Ottomans in the Balkans. And it is very much so because of Vladimir Tepish that way more of the Balkans is not Islamic. That doesn't mean he was a good guy, but he led Orthodox armies against the Turks. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying from a factual standpoint, not from a theological standpoint.
Daryl says the Council of Florence, 1438, that was a heresy. Council of Florence was when they were trying to add in the filioque and bring us into alignment with the Pope, right? And the laity rejected it.
Right. That would have been a heresy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been saints that have died over the filioque. Yeah, they cut out people's tongues and stuff.
Again, my apologies to everybody. I wasn't trying to take this conversation into, a divisive territory. I mean, I love my Catholic cousins. I absolutely love my Catholic cousins, and I dream and I hope for the reunification of the church someday. I can't tolerate the changes that have happened. I can't. But even the current Pope is out here saying stuff like, some stuff out here is a little weird.
Yeah,
And
you hear it within the Catholic community themselves. They don't like some of this stuff happening. Like, oh, or we worship the same God as the Muslims. Like, that doesn't sound right to me.
And what you're seeing, even in our own parish, you just glance around our parish and you can immediately tell who was Roman Catholic before.
Yeah.
The mass conversions to Orthodoxy that are happening all over the planet tells me only one thing. People are returning to the original church. And that is a fact. It's not a fact by opinion or by belief. It's a fact by statistics and numbers.
Yeah,
They are physically returning.
We're entering a clergy crisis. We don't have enough clergy for them.
Priests. We like our parish, like our churches aren't big enough. We don't have enough space for people. You're telling me that what was it a month and a half ago? You're one Orthodox church. What was it north of London? One priest had to baptize and chrismate 200 people. The Orthodox don't just sprinkle water on people and say, "Congratulations, you're baptized."
You have been born again.
That's like a 3-4 hour process. This guy's doing 200 people in one day. And that's just his Tuesday.
Let's see. Jess says, but if the Catholics weren't in it too, the Orthos would be fighting a war on two fronts.
Well, no, he's not wrong. That's what I was saying earlier was that, the Roman Catholics led the Crusades to the Levant. The Levant is still Orthodox to this day, but they led the Crusades to the Levant. Right? They crippled the stem of Islam and expansion. And if we go back further, we look at Hispania and the Moors who conquered Spain. And you have to go into like El Cid and everything like that. That was all prior. All of that happened prior to the schism, there was a massive Islamist expansion all over Europe, and it was beaten back. And then it started again. And it started in all over the Middle East and into the Levant. And the Pope called for a crusade. And it wasn't just because Christianity was threatened, it's because people were threatened. And the Crusades really crippled that. I mean, it slowed it all down. But then what happened? Well, the Mongols happened. And that wasn't Islamist expansion. That was like the Huns. The Huns just showed up to destroy Rome. Well, what church, Attila the Hun and the Hunnic army was not stopped by anyone. Now, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantines, they paid off Attila. But Western Rome didn't. And Attila massacred and sacked all of Western Europe. And then he got to Rome. And this is in the 400s. And the Pope, not the Pope infallible, but the Pope as in the Patriarch, this is pre-schism, met with him in a tent.
Pope just means patriarch in Latin, right? It just means papa, basically.
Yeah. He met with him in a tent. We don't know what was said in that tent. But Attila left. And that was it. He stopped. He met with the Pope. And that was it. Attila turned back and left. And so, the Roman Catholics really crippled a lot of expansionism. Really crippled it. But there were things that happened after the Crusades. There were events that happened after the Crusades that the Roman Catholics didn't stop. And if they had stopped them, it would be a different discussion. But unfortunately, they contributed to them. And it is only because of the Orthodox armies that Western Europe is still Catholic today. And we see that even in that article that you pulled up about Saint Alexander Nevsky. Catholic warriors were bought and paid for by Turks, by the Ottomans, by the Mongols to destroy the Orthodox armies. What did they think was going to happen? They had the Teutonic Order and those knights, right? Knights as landowners and lords of land had renounced their allegiance to their kings and barons and had been paid by the Mongol hordes and Ottoman hordes. They had accepted that the Mongols were going to win. And so in exchange for siding with the Mongols, they would be allowed to remain kings. And they lost.
Because God wasn't with them. Yeah.
And so what would have happened if they won? Do we really think that the Ottomans and the Mongols would have let them stay Catholic 1,000 years later? No. That's ridiculous.
Bless you.
Thank you. So what were some of the obstacles that you guys experienced when you were first joining the Orthodox Church? Like things that you struggled with at first?
So I'm going to take the stand because I haven't had a talk in a while.
Yeah.
I apologize for for being so tangent. I'm very passionate about history. I love history. I'm into living history and all that stuff too.
So for me, getting into the Orthodox Church is more of finding the energy or the motivation to go to church. I kept telling myself, well, I need to go. And I was more of like, depending on my boss to go to church to go with him to understand anything. And it really took getting to meet other Orthodox, people of the church to go. And then once I kind of felt an understanding while Zhenya was working on his car and the street had other things going, I actually took a trip myself to attend Vespers by myself, and it was a great opportunity for me to stand there and take it in by myself.
Beautiful. What about you? Yeah, discreet. Like, what would you say? Anything with authority or the icons or anything that gave you trouble in the beginning?
Not really. I mean, besides the like, obviously, I had questions, and maybe there were some like discrepancies, but for me at least, there were so many questions that I had that were answered so quickly in a way to where it didn't even have to be logical. It just had to make sense, right? And it had to be consistent throughout all of the teachings. Um, so it really wasn't very difficult for me, and there was nothing that I really questioned. I mean, when I talk to other people about it, they usually have problems with icons, and then I just bring up like, okay, well, like I was talking to a buddy a couple weeks ago about a specific icon that I got, and he was asking me questions about it, and I was like, did you see that video where they like made Charlie Kirk AI and all the apostles in like AI generated formats and put them up on a screen in a mega church? He goes, yeah, I think I saw that on like TikTok or something. I was like, yeah, I mean,
No, no, I hadn't seen
that's
that.
yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, but I was like, from my understanding, iconography is a practice to show worship through art, and obviously they're held in a higher manner of respect than just like looking up a photo on like YouTube or I mean on like Google or something.
I'm telling AI to do it for you.
Yeah, I was like, but you got to realize like you guys have the same exact things in your churches. Like you have your pastors writing books, and people are like, you need this book. This book is super good. It's kind of, in some sense, you can make an argument that it's kind of the same thing. Obviously, one is has a lot more meaning behind it than another. But, for me, it was all pretty simple and easy to grasp and hold on to because at least from my own studies, pretty much I had the same beliefs without the church to share the belief with. If that makes sense, or to learn more and dive more deeper into it. So it
Yeah.
wasn't very hard for me. It was a fairly easy transition. So
Yeah, it seems very common that a lot of people, the things that they suspected about God that they might have had a problem with their Protestant upbringing, like seem to make sense in the Orthodox Church, and you're like, that's what I always thought,
yeah,
like, oh,
yeah,
these guys actually teach that, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Zhenya, did you have anything to say about that?
What was the question? I'm eating pizza.
Did you have any kind of obstacles when you were entering into the church? Any kind of theological hang-ups or maybe just the etiquette or anything that gave you an obstacle of entering the church?
Excuse me. The pieties at first, for sure. But really, when I came to Orthodoxy, I immediately knew that this was the church. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to find my way through submission. And that's what I did. Now, I remember, being a catechumen, and my priest came to me. This was before one of my deployments, my last deployment. And he said, you need to be baptized. I said, I'm not ready to be baptized, Father. And he said, no, I'm telling you, we're going to baptize you. I'm like, Father, I don't deserve this. And I remember tearing up on my couch. He's sitting across from me. And he's telling me that it's time. And I remember sitting there and telling my priest, I said, Father, I don't want to disappoint my church. I don't think I'm ready. I don't want to disappoint God. I don't deserve this gift. And he told me, we never will.
Yeah.
And one of my biggest hangups with orthodoxy coming into it was that I didn't deserve any of it. And there was something in the back of my mind that constantly kept telling me, you don't deserve this, so don't take it. And it was my priest, and it was my godparents, and it was the people around me who said, you have to take it. And it was only through my desire to be submissive to the church that I did it. And so my hang up was in me believing that I didn't deserve it, which is true. And so I told my own priest, who's looking at me saying, you need to get baptized. I told him, I don't think I should get baptized. So my hang up was me recognizing that I didn't deserve this. I didn't deserve this holy gift. The baptism, the chrismation, the peace, the Eucharist. And it was only through my priest and the church and my godparents and that I accepted baptism. Not like from a spiritual sense, but I told my priest, who was telling me, and if you're Orthodox, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, with the priest is sitting across from you going, hey man, and you're like, I don't know, Father. Like, who wouldn't want to be baptized into the Church of Christ? So what truly was that hang up? You know what I mean? What really was that? What was the small thing in my brain that was saying, no, don't accept the baptism? You know what I mean? So I struggled with the pieties. I struggled with my own sin. I still struggle with my own sin. I will always struggle with my own sin. But having the holy gift in front of me and almost rejecting it, not because I didn't want it, but because I felt like I would never deserve it, and having to be essentially forced, albeit in a loving and spiritual way, to accept it. Maybe that's anxiety. You know what I mean? But then again, like I said earlier in the podcast, you have to reflect on what we say in liturgy. You have to lay those earthly cares aside, and you have to accept, yes, I don't deserve this holy gift. I don't deserve the chrismation. I don't deserve the Eucharist, to be forgiven.
Yeah, it's humility.
And that was my biggest hang up, was I was sitting across from my priest, and he's saying, hey man, it's time to baptize you. You're about to go to war. We need to baptize you. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I should, Father. I don't deserve it. I don't want to disappoint the church and God. And he's like, no, man, like, you need to be baptized. So, that was really hard for me. That was very, very hard for me to get baptized. Not because I didn't want it, but because I felt like I truly would never deserve it. And then once I was baptized, I was like, oh man, this is the best.
Yeah. Here, I'll I see the chat a little bit was upset. I will turn it on me because I know the chat was saying very early on they wanted you guys to chime in on this. Personally, I think we should be kinder to immigrants because I don't talk about what I do at work, but I will say that, like, in my own parish, we have lots of immigrants, and like someone like Jess, I know he's not very much into immigrants, but he's from an Antiochian church. He's talking about how they get persecuted in the Middle East. I mean, all those people were immigrants if he has them in his church. So like, what would you guys want to say about that? Because I know earlier on you might have said a little bit about like how immigration might be causing some negative effects on our society. Is there anything that you could say about How do you feel about immigrants? Just
Um,
general.
having
Put it out
So
there.
having
so
been to the Horn of Africa, I don't want the rest of the world to be like Somalia, and that's all I gotta say. Like,
the
I love immigrants. I'm Eastern European. Discreet is Eastern European. We are literally a family of immigrants.
Yeah.
I'm
Immigration isn't the problem. Lack of spirit and culture is a problem. Cultural homogeny is the answer. The
Right.
problem is I might be Eastern European. I might be Russian. I might be Belarusian, Lithuanian. I might be Orthodox. But I also live in freaking Pennsylvania and I like Yingling and I speak English and I was in the American military. So if you're going to immigrate, like, I never stopped being culturally Eastern, but I'm also culturally American. And if we're not enforcing cultural homogeny, like, you can't come here and make it Africa. You can't come here and make it Iran. You can't come here and make it London.
Yeah, they had to assimilate.
Like, that's my only hang up with it. Like, all of my family that immigrated, they're all Americans, even if they speak with an accent.
I have a very hard. I will admit I have very harsh immigration ideas and in my own opinion, what my policies would be. Um, to give you some backstory on me, I'm a first generation American. My sister, my mom, my grandparents were all born over in Europe. They were born in a country that was controlled by the USSR. So they lived in communism. My grandparents snuck out of the country they were in to another country to get to the US. My mom was able to get to the US with my sister about 10 years later after the USSR fell. I do not like the idea of illegal immigration. We have set laws and policies set in place by a country that is setting up those laws for a reason. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is there is a very large group of people that are illegally getting into the country that are from the Middle East or terrorists. They are looking to come here to commit acts of terror.
They're not soft terrorists either.
They're
They're like real deal
they're
hardcore.
legit. Yes.
Yeah, this kind of ties into the whole persecution thing. Like, don't you think that there might be some cells here in America?
There are. There's a
There's
lot. Yeah.
tons of there in every single state. There's hundreds of cells.
We I I'm not going to say too much about it, but I know people that are in certain organizations that actively pursue those people on a daily basis. That's their job in the US to find people that are doing stuff like that. And they are overloaded. They are consistently hiring people and they still cannot keep up with it. There are so many groups in the United States that are doing those things. And the thing is I was having a conversation. It's crazy how many of these conversations I've had with people in the past couple of weeks regarding like the topics that we were speaking about today. One of them was immigration, and they brought up a really good point. They didn't like how the families are being separated. And my response to that is, well, are you going to say that to the parents who commit crimes that are U.S. citizens that go to prison and the children are separated from? Are you just not going to have those people go to prison? It still separates the family. There are plenty of cases to where a mother and father will go to prison for multiple different reasons and they get separated from the children. Are we just going to stop doing that because we don't want to separate families? And if you do something illegal, the consequences are consequences. And the consequences are going to affect your family, are going to affect the people around you. They're going to affect your jobs. If I go out today and I get in my car and I decide to run from the police, that's going to affect a lot of people. That's going to affect the people that I live with. That's going to affect my work. That's going to affect the military because now they lose a person in a position that they need. That's going to affect a lot of people off of my decision. Do we just let me go because I went out and did something illegal because it's going to negatively affect other people? No, that's my fault. That's on me.
But you have kids. You can't be separated from your
It-
kids. You can
yeah.
commit murder if you want.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you can come over here and do whatever you want because you have kids.
Yeah.
And then, you know, that brings up the conversation of, there's a lot of children that were born in the US from parents that were illegal immigrants, but those children are now US citizens because they were born on US soil. If you don't want family separation, then you got to take that citizenship away from them and deport the entire family. So that's another thing. Okay, well, if you don't want that, those people still need to be deported. They came here illegally. If we allow one person to come here illegally, we need to allow multiple people to come here illegally. We can't pick and choose who we're going to allow to do something. We either have to uphold the law or completely X out the law.
No, so this brings up a good point, and this is kind of where I get into my very nuanced position that most people don't really recognize in the chat, but that's fine. It, could we have more discretion with the people that we bring in, like a better vetting process, and maybe like mandatory classes to take English and to learn learning the laws of our country? Like, shouldn't
Yeah.
that be something that we have set in
That
place?
that is
I have a
something. A big issue with that is the United States actually doesn't have a set language in law.
I have a thing.
We do now under Trump. Actually, it's English now.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah. There needs to be mandatory service. I'm sorry, but
Military service?
compulsory military service is the best way to indoctrinate, and I use that word deliberately, foreign people into a nation for good reasons.
Yeah, but why would you want to give them
No.
military training?
If people want to come to this country and they genuinely want to be in this country, compulsory military service.
I disagree with that because
Yeah.
for example, the Bloods and Crips.
I'm not talking
Well,
about randos who want to come into this country to do bad things. I'm talking about everybody else. You can fix families mass migrating illegally over the border by saying you can be a citizen of this country if you serve 6 years. By year 4, and you know exactly what I'm talking about because when we're in the army, there are a bunch of immigrants in the army, and they've got accents and everything, and when you talk to them, these guys are like the most nationalistic, like American pro-USA, and it's like, man, where are you originally from? They're like, Cameroon.
Man, I'm from Africa, man.
I'm from Africa. And it's like, you came from Africa to the United States and joined the military, and now you are like the most patriotic, pro-American person I've ever met. And so what I'm saying is, if you want to make immigration easier, open up military service. Make it a mandatory option.
My counter argument to that is there's actually a problem in the U.S. military right now that there are local gangs that are having certain members enlist so that they can learn military tactics, so that they can take it back to the streets of O Block and be able to run L-shaped ambushes onto ops. Know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean,
so the problem with that
is
is
happen regardless.
Like there are so many programs in the military that have that to where if you come to the United States and enlist, you will get your citizenship.
I understand, but it's not
a
state option.
The counterpart to that is that goes against everything that the United States stands for. And what I mean by that is coming from you can't. There are pacifists out there. There are people that don't agree with war. There are people that are this. If you're an immigrant trying to come to the U.S., but you can be an Orthodox Christian, but you can be like, I personally don't want to go to war.
You still will.
You're going to be forced to do that, and that's just not okay.
Yeah, no. It's absolutely okay because
it's not.
It is
Here-
because first and foremost, this nation was founded by warriors. It wasn't founded by a bunch of hippies. The only reason why any of our rights exist was because in 1775 we decided we needed an army. And so if you want to uphold freedom and you want to uphold the Bill of Rights and you want to uphold the Second Amendment, which protects the First Amendment, you better be willing to die on that hill, which is the same reason why, oh man, everyone's going to hate me for this. I think politicians should have to serve. I think career politicians should have to serve, because if you're not willing to sacrifice your life for the things that you're doing that affect millions of people,
Have
I
you
can't,
ever have you
you
ever
know,
read Robert Heinlein?
no.
You would love his books.
But
His entire theory is that to be a citizen, you should have to serve, and that's how you get your
I'm sorry. Are
franchise.
you talking like the Starship Troopers mentality?
That's right. That's
Yeah,
Starship
yeah,
Troopers. Heinlein
absolutely,
wrote that.
absolutely. And
there's
so
there's
the,
different ways to go about it, though.
my my
I
my
don't
thought
think
process with it is the only reason why the Declaration of Independence was even drafted and sent overseas was because the founding fathers already knew that there were people who were willing to lay their lives down for it. And so,
I hate to be that guy, but have you seen the videos of the Afghan army doing jumping jacks? Do you really want those guys next to
no,
you?
no, that's not my point. That's not my point.
Like, come on.
No,
That
that's
you're
not,
And,
that's
to
and
not my
also, like,
do
what if they don't
do
speak English very well? You know,
well
like, is
that
that
so
yeah?
here's
no,
they have
guys,
ESL
guys,
classes in the
pause.
army. There's different things
There's
you can do service
there's
related.
already places in this world where this works, and it doesn't just work well, it works exceptionally well.
That's because they have such a low compared to the US, they have a lot lower of an immigration
No,
influx.
I understand. But if you introduced a compulsory service that would get you legal citizenship, number one, you would get more legal immigrants.
We have that already.
No. We
It's
have an
just
option,
forced.
but it's very difficult. If there was an option for them to easily join the military, and I don't mean necessarily in combat roles, but maybe logistics, something, they had to serve. They had to be indoctrinated to US customs. And that's an ultimate sacrifice that we can all identify with. If you're willing to lay your life down for this country, then damn it, you know what? You can be a citizen. So my point is, if you look at the French Foreign Legion, that is one of the absolute most premier, sick, nasty fighting forces on the planet, and it's entirely foreign. But in order to be in the French Foreign Legion, you must become fully indoctrinated as a Frenchman. You are forced to learn French. You are forced, like you are so beyond forced, they will beat the crap out of you. And so it's like, if you are willing to sacrifice to be an American, then I think you should be an American.
I
Because
don't
the argument of like, well, Afghans are going to penetrate our government, or Bloods gangs, their members are going to join our government, etc. Like they already do that.
that's what
And
what I'm
so
saying.
they're doing that regardless. And so my
Right.
point is, for the broader immigration problem, is the argument isn't that there's immigrants. The argument is that there's illegal immigrants who don't culturally assimilate.
Well, it's because that's putting them into an army isn't going to change the culture.
If
You
you
also
put
have to
them
realize that
into a position,
the military the military has the same problem as the United States has. There is no designated culture. It is a melting pot. That is the problem with the US and these inner city things. There's such a large cultural difference within a 45-minute drive. You can be out in rural suburb, middle of nowhere, Alabama, and then go to Chicago, and it's two entirely different cultures that are under the same government trying to fight for different things.
well,
The issue is
I
the
totally
United
agree
States.
with
The United
I-
States has no set culture. We
I-
have no one culture that everyone kind of doesn't have to fully 110% be completely involved in. You can still have your own cultural things from where you came from. But the issue is when you're going to put all these people in the same exact, you're going to conscript them, you're going to run into the same exact problems you're seeing everywhere else. You're going to have one branch wanting to do this now because some person came from
Yeah,
this place and they think
well,
this,
you're
or
gonna
you're
have
going to have this,
problems
or you're going to have
regardless.
that.
You're gonna have
So
problems there's never getting away from any problems. But my point with the whole thing is a lot simpler than we're making it. My point is that if you're in the military, everybody knows what an MRE is. To the point that civilians, like that guy earlier in the chat, he was like talking about the gum. There is an entire culture that comes with the military, period. And it's still diverse, and it might not be the most effective in its bureaucracy. But it's like if you're an infantryman can smell an infantryman from a mile away, sometimes literally. Like there's a whole culture and life change that comes with that. It's just like when I was saying earlier when I walk through the prison and people say, "Oh, hey man, were you in the military?" How could you tell? How could you tell that I was in the military? Because it completely changes you. Just like orthodoxy completely changes a person who's never been exposed to it.
there were people that we deployed with that were military, and you couldn't tell that they were military when they got out. That's my argument. The
I
the
mean,
thing is
but
like you're
that's great for the minority. That's my point. That's a minority. The problem with the immigration that we're dealing with is that the immigration that we're dealing with is not legal in the majority. It's illegal in the majority. It's legal in the minority. If we switched that around and said, okay, statistically, 90% of the men who join our military after 4 years from foreign countries because they're willing to sacrifice come out absolutely staunch patriots. But there's 10% of them that don't. There's already 10% that don't. So I don't care about that tiny number. I care about fixing the giant illegal big number. Because there's always going to be people who break the law. There's always going to be people who skirt around responsibility, who don't really conform, who don't really want. That's always going to exist. But the topic that we're talking about isn't onesies and twosies. It's a huge majority.
let me ask you something. What countries that have forced conscription? What countries have enacted that in some way, shape, or form to where it actually worked?
Russia?
Besides at a time of war, because there is a draft.
There's
No. Russia, Ukraine, Lithuania, Spain, Israel.
Israel's the one that I think of off the top of my head. Is Israel is like you have to join the military.
And you have to remember,
but
90% of the countries I just named are incredibly culturally homogenous. Like, to the point that most Americans would call them, like, nationalist. And they all have compulsory service.
Right.
Our country doesn't have compulsory service, which means it has a discipline problem.
Yeah, but that's not.
Kinda like
Those
my
are for
cat
the
sometimes.
citizens. That's not for people that are coming in. I
Yes, it
understand
is.
where. I understand.
Anybody who becomes a citizen, anyone
Right.
who becomes a citizen is
I
compulsory.
I understand where you're coming from, but there's also a lot of other countries out there that have that same process that it doesn't work for. And
Yeah,
the
but like
reason
where?
China, the entirety of the USSR when that was enacted.
99% of China is Chinese.
Right. They don't have as much immigration as the US. What I'm saying is when you're taking this massive you're looking at countries that have very low immigration, at the people that are born in the country that naturally like their country because they live there. That is their people. They feel at home there. When they enlist and they're forced to enlist, it's going to go a lot different than when you're having people trying to come in to because their family got killed in Zimbabwe 4 years ago, and they're trying to get their kids out of it.
44 million people immigrated to Russia in the last 2 years.
So what's going to happen is you're going to have these groups of kids that are probably going to be growing up, and they're going to have disdain because their dad was forced to enlist into a military, got sent off to a random country, and was killed. Now
But they're American.
Dude.
But now they're American and they don't live in Zimbabwe.
Okay, and now there's 20-year-olds protesting on the side of the road whose parents went and fought in the Iraq War, who hate the military, who hate the police, who hate this country, and they want to change it. That's what I'm saying.
Right. I mean, but that's the duality.
It's
you
because
can't stop free speech.
What culture are you going to imprint on them? What American culture are you going to be pushing into them in the military?
First and foremost, the founding fathers, the Bill of Rights, and Christ.
Is that in the military?
No, I mean, it's none of that really is in the military.
Not so much Christianity anymore, but I mean, like, yeah, when you come into the military, like, you swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States, you are upheld to that. All of these things, just because they exist in the way that we have experienced them as naturalized Americans who were born here, is completely different than a person who's trying to immigrate here.
And then a month later, you're going to have transgender classes on how you're supposed to allow whoever to use whatever bathroom, and you're going to have.
But we already have that. That's what I'm saying. Like,
what I'm saying is you're comparing countries like Russia, Lithuania, Israel that have a set culture, that have a set ideology, that have a sense of nationalism, and you're trying to bring that to a place that has the complete opposite of that. It's not going to work.
I don't think we have the complete opposite of that.
We do.
I don't think we do.
I love America. I love America. I'm an American.
We have a very American culture. If you're an American and you go anywhere overseas, and you know this as well as I do because you've been overseas, everybody can immediately tell you're an American because you have an American culture. Everyone they're like, oh, hamburger, cheeseburger, French fry, pizza, NFL, like NASCAR. Like, we have an American culture, and I'm not saying I want people from Cameroon to come over here and just mass become fans of NASCAR. What I'm saying is, like, America itself does have a culture. It's an American culture, but it is a culture built upon immigrants. And that means that the culture itself was a melting pot. What the culture lacks, what it lacks, or has rather lacked, is Christ.
Yeah, orthodoxy can save America.
But the country was built on Christ. And so what we're seeing is a massive return.
Was it built on Christ? Because I feel like the founding fathers were deists.
It was built on
Freemasons.
It was built on Protestant. It was built on Protestant happy Jesus. But you can't argue the fact that, like, 99% of the people who lived in America at the time of the Revolutionary War were Christian. They were.
The people were, but the leaders themselves were highly intellectual deists.
I mean, let them be highly intellectual deists then. I don't care, because when you read the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, it's very, very Christ-centered. That's what matters.
Look, screw
the onesies and twosies, fine. But if the big picture is Christian, if the big picture is actually Christian, and you go, like, and I'm an American and I step foot in Appalachia, there is no culture on the planet that can also say it's Appalachian.
Like, you got to look at the Vietnam War.
It's truly an American culture. And so my point is in the military, there's discipline and regimentation, which most people lack because they live in an anomaly. They live in a world anomaly of excess. The poorest people in the United States are the fattest people. That's not a problem to people. That's crazy. The poorest people are the fattest people. How? Because when I'm in Africa, the poorest people are starving to death. So in the United States, we have a culture.
There's I wouldn't say the poorest. I'd just say overall in America has a fat problem.
Yeah, because it's rich people, middle class people.
Literally, statistically, in the United States, the poorest people in this country are statistically the most obese. That is a statistic. Jamie, look it up.
I think
I'm looking it up.
So
part of that is probably our food too, though. Like our food.
Well, it is. I mean, and sure, maybe that's a food problem, but it's definitely Like, do you know how you become fat?
By eating a lot.
And doing nothing. You eat a lot and do nothing. That means you live in luxury and excess. Because there are people who are poor in other countries who work their hands to the bone and starve to death.
Is that better?
So
No.
40.3% of adults are
It's the
classified as
point. It's
obese.
the point that America and a lot of Western society in general is an anomaly compared to the rest of the world. It is a culture of excess, and what needs to be changed is discipline must be introduced. If you don't discipline yourself, you will have sex to excess, you will drink to excess, you will smoke to excess, you will eat to excess, you will live in sin. You cannot fight against sin without discipline. And the military introduces a level of discipline to 90% of the young people who join. They come from broken homes, they come from the streets, they come 90% of the young men who join the military. If you ask them if the military instilled discipline in them, they're all like, "Oh yeah, I was a monster before I joined. I was wild. Now I'm like, like." And I ask that of my prisoners in the prison. I said, if you had the option to join the military for 10 years versus go to jail, what would you do? And every single one of them says that they wished they joined the military so they would have had discipline.
I just want to say that there are other places to find discipline, though. Of course,
No, and
orthodoxy,
that's
and
totally
and
fair.
and that's
That's
like something we could improve in our educational system too.
absolutely agree.
The
100%.
the
I 100% agree. What I'm saying, and if we get back to the root of the conversation, is that the military is one of the institutions in this country that demands discipline and excellence. It doesn't mean it's always implemented, but it demands it. There are
you gotta
standards, and you must meet standards.
you gotta realize I'm not coming from a place of
So,
saying, like, yeah, that's a bad idea. I'm just saying that in our
so
current
I mean,
position right now in the U.S., it's not possible. That would never work because you have
there,
to look at
there's
times like the Vietnam War where, like, compare even within a 20-year difference between World War II and the Vietnam War, when there was a draft that happened, the amount of protests, the amount of people that fought against it. The issue is that's I don't disagree with the idea behind it, and I agree with the things that you're saying, but realistically, looking at how culturally our country is set up and how people are, it genuinely wouldn't work.
I and it's not about like I don't want to get too hung up on um the
Forced conscription.
In a perfect
not,
world, it
it's
would
not
work.
it's not so much about like the forced conscription aspect, like it's not about people in the military or people who have been in the military are better than people who haven't either. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, for people who aren't culturally American, the United States military is about one of the most American things that you could ever be put into. When you join the US military and all of a sudden it's white monsters, it's Creed, it's Abrams tanks, it's Black Hawks, it's explosions, it's heck yeah, brother, it's Zin, it's tobacco, it's like it's a fraternity. It's sometimes the best way I describe it to some people, I'm like, man, it's a cult. Like once you join the military, there's no unmilitarizing yourself,
I
right?
think that
It's
just plays.
designed, but it's designed to do that. It breaks down young Americans, 18-year-old people who were born in the United States. It breaks them down and rebuilds them into a soldier. That doesn't mean that they don't still have their quirks, but every soldier knows certain things. Every soldier knows stars and stripes. They know the Star Spangled Banner. Every soldier, they know the Constitution. You know what I mean? Like, so what I was saying by this is like, if you made serving in the U.S. military a larger option for immigration, and you made sure that the military was also enforcing its discipline and not being soft,
That's
right?
the pro.
So
Yeah.
so there's multiple things that need fixed and worked on here. But what I'm saying is in the grand scheme of things, there's always going to be a minority that mess up and they don't care and they're crappy. But if it was easier to serve for citizenship, I 100% believe that more people would choose that over illegally coming into the country. That doesn't mean it's going to fix the whole problem of immigration, illegal immigration, but it would definitely increase legal immigration and it would build better Americans.
Yeah, I feel like there could be a way to do that with the education system, like a
I agree as well.
forced
Yeah. The
classes, like
military is one institution of many.
yeah, and that would also lead to a lot of jobs. Like there has to be teachers that teach these classes. There can be probably some pretty. I don't know. I wouldn't say like easy answers to this, but I feel like there's just not the willpower in politics because everyone loves these wedge issues. Nobody ever wants to fix them. Everyone just wants to fight over them every single political cycle.
And that's why I said, I mean, like the other side of it is, the pendulum is swinging. America is America is becoming, on one side, one of the most atheist countries on the planet, and on the other side, it's becoming one of the most absolutely like extreme national Christian. Like the gray zone is disappearing between these two sides. People are either becoming hardcore Christians or they're abandoning all faith. And that pendulum is swinging. And the youth of this country are going one way or the other. Which means that a large portion of this next generation, these guys are going to be hardcore Christian. You think I'm a hardcore Christian? I look at some of these Gen Z guys and I'm like, holy crap. This kid is 10 years old and quoting Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's going to be, in 10 years, those guys are going to be voters. And so, if you're looking in the grand scheme of things, you start considering options like this. When these people can vote, these are no longer like, these are no longer just ideas. These are things that could actually happen.
Yeah, if we get that far.
Right, if we get that far, but you see what I'm saying, like from a broad standpoint, a broad picture is that the pendulum has been swinging back and forth so radically for so many years in America. Like nobody can agree on anything. Politics were all over the board. There's a million political parties, even though they all form one or two parties. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, you're either a Christian pro-American or you're not. And that's becoming like, scary to the point that we can effectively sit here and say, hey, we're in a cold civil war right now. Because you're either pro-American, which encompasses all of these things, or you're not. And that encompasses all of these things. And it's a balkanization. It's just like Yugoslavia. It's a very, very scary time to be in. But that pendulum is swinging. And if you introduced
heavy discipline into society in the education system, right? There's public schools out there, and it's like congratulations, like you guys are really good at producing 80 IQ students. And then there's private schools out there. And it's like, I got to pay to send a kid to a private school. And the kid comes out of it. The majority of the children who come out of private schools are incredibly educated. That's a statistic.
Yeah, I lowered
So,
that statistic.
and so, and so it's like, there's always going to be a small minority that this will never work with. That's a fact. But if we're looking at majorities and what will fix things in the long run from a majority standpoint and what is the benefit of all of us, Christianization is happening. Discipline is coming back. The amount of young men who go to the gym, who follow, traditional podcasters, who go to church, who are converting. Once you start removing the veil of liberalism and conservatism from our institutions, and you realize that there are portions of the institution that are just radically conservative. It's kind of like a relationship, right? Is the grass greener on the other side? No, the grass is greener where you water it. And so if we say, okay, we have discipline here, we have this here, we have culture here, we have homogeny here. Let's make it even more. Let's ramp up the discipline. Let's increase it. Relax the standards. No, let's raise the standards. Because now it starts to become competitive. Young men want to compete. They want to fight. They want to earn.
I was talking to a Matushka once, and I was asking her about, why she thinks there's so many people coming to the Orthodox Church all of a sudden. And she said she thinks it's like the Ark. It's like when the animals knew to come to Noah because they could sense something was happening in the world, something terrible. And so they're coming to refuge.
I completely agree with that. I mean, I'm not one of the types of people to say like, oh, read the book of Revelation, whatever, but the mass return to the church. I'm not one of those types of people, but there is definitely something happening in the world that is bringing so many people to orthodoxy. That pendulum is swinging. And when it stops in the middle, when it loses its inertia and it stops in the middle, that's going to be a scary day.
Yeah. So before I got into any more topics, let's take a look at your website here, and you can maybe tell us a little bit about why you decided to start Papa Zhenya's Frontier Outlet.
Sure. So everybody, this is the Outpost. I'm Zhenya. I'm Papa Zhenya. It's the Frontier Outpost. We're Orthodox, and we wanted to express our niche, so to speak, military, tactical, law enforcement, that militarism, so to speak, that discipline that comes with it, and we were just touching on that. Intolerance of evil. We wanted to be able to provide a clothing brand and a lifestyle option for young men, for people like us who are glued in to strength and commitment and discipline from a Christian and Orthodox standpoint. And I was talking with Daniel a few weeks ago, and I said, I think one of the biggest problems that we have with Christianity is that it's full of cowards. How many people pray in public before they eat their food in a restaurant? How many people say grace at the table? How many people cross themselves in public? That's a problem.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to be able to create a brand with my friends that had the edge to it. It had a proclamation, right? It says no, like every shirt, every cup, every hat. It's it's putting your foot down, like my saint, in the face of the Chechen warriors. It's saying, "No, man, suffer not the wicked, trample evil, remember death, rot with the worms." Like, this is what we do. We're not going to waver. We're not going to break. We're not going to bend. Christ comes first. Discipline comes first. The gym comes first. It's masculine. It's traditional, and this is what we represent. We wanted to create a brand around that, and be able to bring that out, and at the same time, through our videos and pictures and everything that we do, we wanted to be able to work on training, military training, tactical training, and overall representation for the law enforcement community, the peacekeepers, the peacemakers, and for the physical church militant. We wanted to create essentially an outlet for people who are like-minded like us.
Nice. Um, I remember asking you about this. Have you thought about doing anything more tactical gear, like maybe a chamber flag that looks like an Orthodox cross or anything like that?
Yeah. So uh, PZFO has been expanding. I've started working. I spent 6 years in the military arms manufacturing industry. I have a lot of connections. I have friends all over the country. SHOT Show, things like that. I'm working with True North Concepts, with Atlas Manufacturing, several other companies. As we grow as a brand, um, we will begin introducing, PZFO branded things, devices, tactical gear, belt holsters, things like that. Um, and we have reached out and through Atlas, gotten a hold of the ability to start doing 3D printed prototypes for things like those chamber flags, things like that. Um, so hopefully in the future we'll be able to introduce a lot of that really cool stuff through, collaborations with other companies and everything. But as we build up, it'll there's a lot. I can't talk too much about it because a lot of it's it's all in the skunk works right now. So, but we we have some things in the works right now. If you go to our website right now, it's all merchandise. Like, it's all like apparel and hats and stickers and things like that. The way that our website is set up and some of the things that I'm working on through our connections, we will also start offering gear sets on our website through physical inventory. That will be things that essentially we would kit ourselves out with. um, and so in some of our photos, you might see we have patches on that say ODF, and that stands for Orthodox Defense Forces. So I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's get extra hardcore with this. Let's, a whole bunch of Orthodox brothers out at the range training and drilling. Like, let's do it. Okay, so if we were going to have a kit, a gear, like if we were a military and we were going to issue out gear, what would we pick, right? So some of the things that are going to be offered on our website eventually are going to be like, the types of bags that we would run, belt systems, holsters, retention, different uniform options, pants, things like that. So we're going to have some, surplus options. And then I've been trying to work on it recently, but a lot of the gear that we have in the videos and photography that we do, um, as we're training, we're always developing and changing, and so we're also going to have a used gear section, um, which it'll be like a picture, like say I'm going to be running a new optic on a rifle or something like that. I'll put like an old optic up on the website at a very, very fair price,
along with like, the pictures of like, hey, this is when we were using it and these photos and out at this training event and things like that. So there's a bunch of cool stuff that's coming, but it's all kind of in the skunk works at this moment.
One big thing on that is always, I just kind of want to touch on the gear thing. Once we get to the point where we can start selling like used gear of our own, or even like newer stuff that we get that we just don't use very much. One thing I'd always throw out is the way, like, let's say I get a plate carrier. Let's just say I go out and I buy a Cryo Precision JP2 and I set it up exactly how I like it. And I go out and I decide, you know what, I'm going to go to Spiritus Systems and completely build my own kit. And I think I'm going to sell this JPC2. When you get it, go out and like work with it and adjust it. You don't have to keep it the same exact way, or just because I have my gear set up a certain way, that's not like the perfect way to have it set up for everyone. And I think that's something that a lot of people struggle with. They see somebody who has their gear set up a certain way and they think that's how you're supposed to do it. It's not. You were supposed to set your gear up in a way that not only makes sense but is comfortable for you. You'll see, like, in photos, me, Zhenya, or even Conman, the way our plate carriers are set up are pretty much almost polar opposites, because we have there's different reasons on why we have our plate carriers set up away. I might be in charge of carrying a radio, whereas Zhenya might be in charge of carrying extra ammo, and Conman might be in charge of carrying medical supplies. You're going to set up your kit and gear in a way to where it makes all of that stuff super functional.
So we're going to have options, basically.
Yeah.
Like, different, like, hey, this is our, a base plate carrier that we run. This is a really good carrier for plates, for armor. It's got a placard capability to it, and then we would offer like 3 different types of placards that we would try and carry. Like, hey, we recommend this placard from this company because you can carry, 4 or 5 mags on it. If you're looking for a little extra ammo, we recommend this placard from, Dynamic Principles, because you can get a flashbang in there, you can get an OC canister, you can get a taser. If you're looking for less lethal carry options, we recommend, this back panel, because this back panel can carry a breaching tool. So we want to have very tailored options for the customers based upon things that we're actually using and testing in the field.
And the nice thing about it is me and Zhenya have very different experiences in military-wise. We do very similar things, but the way our gear is set up is very different. So, for example, he likes things that are more set up like a Schmerz rig, where a lot of the stuff is on your back, like a lot of pouches, and there's a lot of additional, carry options in areas to where you might have an extra pouch or two. I don't like that stuff, because as an FO, I have to carry a backpack with radio stuff on it. So I like stuff on my hips or on my chest. So, having that difference in preference will also help people learn how to set up their stuff, depending on what exactly they're looking to gain out of it. So, and same with Conman. He sets his up in a lot more of a police-oriented way compared to a military-oriented way. So we're going to be able to show different variations of different rigs and gear set up to where people can really pick and choose out of what we do to create their own rig for themselves.
I just texted you a photo that was recently featured. This is an example of what we're talking about. This is Conman's current one of his current duty rigs. So this got featured by the manufacturer, but this is essentially like we're going to have it all listed and built out. So if somebody wanted to run this exact thing, like we would have all the components and everything ready to go. So you could just one and done, like run that type of rig. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then we'll be doing some we'll do some videos on YouTube here soon about more range-oriented stuff. We will be doing more of a video or review of so for me, we'll have like Conman's collection. We'll go through my shotgun. We'll go through my precision rifle. We'll go through my duty rifle. We'll do it all.
Yeah, so like when it comes to like the gear and the things like that, we're going to be offering. We're gonna make sure that we go into detail as to why
why we're picking these specific things. And, like there's you could go on YouTube and you could watch gear channels and things like that all day long till you're blue in the face and falling asleep. But we want to keep it very deliberate, very straightforward. Hey, on our website, we're offering this plate carrier because this plate carrier, it does XYZ, it comes in this color, and that's why, and here's why it matters. Like Discreet said, Zhenya likes like load bearing rigs. I'm a recon guy. I was in recon for years. Infantry recon, I like painting my face and I look like a bush. I dress up in a ghillie. I don't really like wearing plate carriers. But that's because when you're doing an 18-kilometer movement, you don't really wear plate carrier. So I still have a plate carrier for assault operations and breaching. But if I'm out doing a recon mission, I'm not going to wear a plate carrier. I'm going to have like a load bearing rig because I need to be able to go 18 kilometers with all of my sustainment and carry a ruck that's got enough food for 6 days to 2 weeks. So we're going to go into a lot of stuff like that, why we're picking the things that we're picking, how it works, and why we would choose this over another thing, and in addition to that, what you could use as a substitute.
And to add into that, for all my left-handed homies out there, don't worry. I'm left-handed, so I set all my stuff up for left-handed use, the superior hand.
That's
what's really going to get us a lot of followers is when we introduce our dedicated left hand left hand users group.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, I should probably step away. I have some things I have to do.
Yeah,
Dan?
I'm gonna have to head out here soon, also. So.
All right. Well, it's great having you both on.
Thank you.
Love to have you on again.
Yeah, I'd love to come back. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this was a lot of fun. Thank you for having us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much, Dan. Be sure to send me over the link to everything. I'll try and plug all of this so we can get it out there and try and get some of our follower base on your channel too. So,
rock on. Hey, like that.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah,
thank you.
All right, take it easy, Dan.
All right, God be with you.
God be with you.
God be with you.
All right, that was a fantastic stream. I hope you all enjoyed it. Let me take a look at the comments here. Oh man, you guys are wild in the chat. Badger Snake says kids are like 2 grades levels ahead if they're in a Catholic school, versus a public school. Yeah, our public education is certainly not very good right now. Yeah. So I thought that was a fantastic reminder to folks, and especially Jess out there. I thought this would be very helpful to you because there's a few out there who feel like the Orthodox don't have a very military history at all. Sometimes we compare ourselves to the Catholics and we're like, well, we didn't have these giant crusades that everyone knows about from the Roman Catholic Church, but there were Orthodox warriors defending the land. And there's a rich history of that. So it's good to see that. And I'll just end it with a prayer. This is to all the soldiers out there. O Holy Master, Almighty Father and pre-eternal God, you alone made and commanded all things. You rise up quickly against the evil of the impious, and by your providence you teach your people to uphold justice and to turn swords into plowshares. You commanded the forerunner John to say to the soldiers coming to him in the desert, do not intimidate anyone, and be content with your wages. In contrition, we entreat you who gave your child, David, the power to defeat Goliath, and who condescended, through Judas the Maccabee, to seize victory from the arrogant heathens who would not call upon your name. Protect in righteousness and truth your servants against the enemies rising against them, and by your loving kindness grant them strength and might to uphold faith and truth. And your mercy, O Master, teach them the fear of you, and grant them humility, obedience, and endurance. Let them kill no one unjustly, but rather let them preserve all righteousness and truth. May they run in friendship to those who are scattered, extending your love to those near them, upholding the weak with righteousness, and may their ranks fulfill all things justly. For you are our God, and to you we give glory, to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, now and forever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. All right, guys, you know the drill. God loves mankind. God loves mankind. I'll see you next time. God loves mankind.